You have 3 minutes. 2 more minutes. I had one more. 1 minute more. I've changed my mind. I won't ask for the answers after the program. I'll ask right after you are done. I hope you are exchanging contacts. Let's all settle down. Let's all settle down. So if you were not able to finish, we continue after we're done with the event. Please let's settle down. So I'll randomly select three people to tell me who they met, the person's name, and what they learned about the person. I'll take two people from Achimota. And okay, so tell me your name and mention those you met.
Thank you very much. My name is Quinote Esther Quinoki, and I was privileged enough to meet Dr. Mary Magdalene, uh, who works with CICT UT CKTU test. Yes, and I'm looking forward to knowing her better and learning so much from her as well. And Dr. Esther as well. I met two people. Yeah.
Please clap for her. Okay, you.
Okay, my name is Aderedi Abahima, and I was privileged enough to meet Judith, Jessica, Amma, and Sylvia. Judith, Sylvia, and Jessica Amma, and it said she's a graduate assistant or something. Yeah, they're very nice.
Awesome. She said it was very nice. So one last person, you.
Well, Benedict. I met Benedict, a teaching assistant at Tech. Yeah.
At KNUS.
Yes, please.
Okay. Please, did you all have fun doing that? Are you sure? Okay, so my name is Esinam Susudis. I'm your moderator for today. And before we start officially, I'd want to welcome all of you to this awesome event. You're going to have fun today. You're going to meet new people and you're going to learn a thing or two. If you believe this, say amen. Okay, so your expectations for today. Your expectations. I'll take two comments. I'm starting with Madam Jemima. I've done my networking already before you all came in. So she's someone I met today, and I'm going to ask her, what's her expectations?
Hello, everyone. I'm expecting us to have a great event where we share ideas, we get to know each other, we get to project chemistry in agenda and even without agenda, because it looks like we have been pushed to the back a bit. So I'm happy about this event, and I hope that chemistry, the name of chemistry, will be uplifted. Yeah.
Okay, fine lady from KNUST, right? Ghana Science. Okay, Ghana Science Association. So you tell us your name and your expectations.
Hello, good morning. My name is Bala Hajaramatu. Yeah, my expectations are that we have a very interactive program, and at the end of this program, we all get to understand the need to get into chemical sciences, how important it is to us. Thank you.
So I said two comments. I'm taking another two comments. How has chemistry impacted your life as a woman? Yes, Dr. Padova.
I don't even know where to start from because chemistry is my life. I got into chemistry right from the senior high school when a Peace Corps volunteer taught me chemistry. He made it so basic for me. And since then, yes. So it's like your everyday life, it has how you behave is different. You are very critical with things. The way you approach things, you take your time, every little detail is very important because 0.000 gram of something can kill somebody. So you are detailed in everything you do and you are very critical. So your approach to things is different compared to other people from different fields. Thank you.
Chemistry. How has it impacted your life?
I think our lives are surrounded by chemistry all around us. The food we eat, how it's broken down to give us the energy to move about, it's all chemistry. the clothes we wear, the fuel that our vehicles run on is all chemistry. When we get sick, the drugs we take in, it's all chemistry. So chemistry is very important to us.
Chemistry is very important to us. I'm so happy to hear everyone's submission. And they all said one thing that runs through. We see chemistry all around us. All around us. And I like what the last speaker said. It's in what we eat, the fuels that our vehicles run on, and everything that we do. So without further ado, we'll just go straight into the program. I'd like to invite Dr. Latifa Mohammed to give us the opening prayer. Please give it up for her.
Thank you. This is the day the Lord has made. Please, shall we stand for a word of prayer? Father, we are indeed grateful for a day like this. We thank you for the life of each and every individual here. Those who are yet to join us, we thank you for their life. Father, as we gathered here to launch this wonderful program, we pray for unity. We pray for understanding. We pray for the spirit of togetherness that will get this program or this launch an impact that it deserves and what it seeks to do. We bless you. We thank you. This and many other blessings we ask in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed. All right. So we're all here for one purpose, for the launch of the Women in Chemistry Network and then the Global Women's Breakfast Celebration. So we would have Professor Mariana Santuan Kansa give us the opening address and the purpose of gathering. But before she does that, okay. Before she does that, I made all of you go around to meet people, but I think you should also get to know the person next to you. So smile to someone, compliment them. You have just 1 minute to do that. So you are shining, you are glowing. Who glow to say Uria? TFL Gloria. Compliment them. All right. I hope we're all comfortable. Step out of the door. When you get right past the registration desk, on your right is the washroom for the males or the gentlemen, and on your left is the washroom for females. So if you need a place to ease yourself, please, it's right after the registration desk. If you need water, there's one on your desk. If you don't have, just prompt me. I'll make sure I get some for you. Okay? Let's all settle in and have fun. I don't want you to feel this is a rigid or tensious room that you don't feel free. Please feel free. Everybody here is nice and free, okay? So without further ado, I'd like to invite Professor Marian Asantoan Kansa, our convener, to give us a welcome address and purpose of gathering. Please give it up for her. She's done amazing.
Good morning. Distinguished state officials and heads of department, members of the diplomatic corps, academics, industry players, policy makers, civil society organizations, sponsors, the media, invited guests, members of the Women in Chemistry Network. I want to hear your voices. Students, ladies and gentlemen, this morning we are here to celebrate the culmination of more than a decade's dream, a dream which was planted, nurtured, and now ready to be outdoored to the rest of the world. In the year 2007, December of that year, Within the first year of my appointment as a faculty member of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, I had the privilege of being invited to participate in my first international scientific conference outside my country, Ghana. This was an International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, IUPAC, conference organized by the Standing Committee, which deals with chemical research applied to world's needs, ChemRun for short, and whose task it is to identify global needs amenable to solutions through chemistry. This particular ChemRun conference, which I participated in, was the 12th edition, held in Stellenbosch, South Africa, on the theme, the role of chemistry in sustainable agriculture and human well-being in Africa. At this meeting, I presented an extract from my master's thesis entitled, Evaluation of the Quality of Groundwater from the then BAK and AJ districts of the Ashanti region of Ghana. And I'm glad to say that my supervisor is here, Professor Ephraim. The man who supervised the project that will lead me to my very first international conference outside Ghana is here. It was at this gathering that I put a face to IUPAC, which I heard about in basic school while learning the IUPAC system of nomenclature. I got to meet with and interact with the then president of IUPAC, Prof. Lai Sydneys, and other top officials. This will ignite in me an inner quest to explore more and engage with the world of chemistry beyond the confines of the classroom, laboratory, and article publication. I will go on to sign up for IUPAC-sponsored affiliate program, which gave me access to Chemistry International, a flagship periodical of IUPAC. In one of the editions of Chemistry International, I got to know that the year 2011 had been declared by the United Nations as the year of chemistry. A focal point of the celebration was to provide the opportunity to celebrate the contributions of women in science, particularly on the 100th anniversary of the award of the Nobel Prize in Chemistry to Maria Curie. I signed up to participate in this conference. The opening ceremony and correspondence indicated a plan to host a networking breakfast meeting for women around the world in January of 2011. This inspired the creation of a Facebook page for women in chemistry in Ghana on the 16th of January 2011, where news in the world of science in general and chemistry in particular were shared. Dr. Mercy Badu of the Department of Chemistry, a longtime friend and colleague, and Dr. Benis Ajiman Prechum, a researcher in the US, were some of the first people to engage on the platform. My application to participate in the opening ceremony of the International Year of Chemistry was approved. And between the 27th to 28th of January of 2011, I got the opportunity to interact with chemists from around the world, including many outstanding women, such as Dr. Nancy Jackson, the late president of the American Chemical Society, and Prof. Helene Langevin Joliot, granddaughter of Marie Curie. Now, the actual trigger to the quest to bring this hidden Facebook page to town and rechristen it as Women in Chemistry Network is multifaceted. One, it's a personal pursuit to give because I have received. Two, my membership with the Ghana Chemical Society, American Chemical Society, and the Royal Society of Chemistry, and the interactions thereof have also ignited this. Three, encouragement from family, friends, and mentors on the need for a platform to share and learn for greater impact. Influencers here include my sister Patricia, Dr. Latifa Mohammed of CSIR Industrial Research Institute, and Mr. Deridine Dazi of Heritage Lab Limited, friends and collaborators. My mentors, Professor Ivan Sade of the Department of Chemistry and Professor James Dakwa of the University of Johannesburg, have also been great influence. Number four, my participation in the 2023, that's recent, IUPAC conference in The Hague. After joining the Women Caucus for a session, I was inspired by conversations with Dr. Laura McConnell of Bayer Crop Science in the US and Emerita Professor Mary Garson of the University of Queens, Australia, who is also the Vice President of IUPAC, and both happen to be co-conveners of the Global Women Breakfast. It is against this background that the Women in Chemistry Network was conceived with today as Delivery Day for the rebirth. We gather here to launch the network, tell the world about our existence and what we stand for, and also to encourage other women in the chemical sciences, namely chemistry, chemical engineering, biochemistry, pharmacy, pharmaceutical sciences, material sciences, and what have you, to be part of our membership. We are also using this opportunity to establish contacts for partnership and collaboration. Today, the 27th of February, 2024, is strategically chosen to coincide with the 2024 edition of the annual Global Women Breakfast of IUPAC, where women in science around the world gather to deliberate for impact. We have chosen our theme, promoting gender diversity in the chemical sciences. I know this theme is apt and will ignite insightful reflections from our lineup of speakers, from Emerita Prof. Isabella Kwachi, the chairperson, Emerita Prof. Mary Garson, the vice president of IUPAC, and our guest speaker, Prof. Frances Owusu-Deku, our keynote speaker, Prof. Dr. Sosai Safu, our featured speaker, and speakers for the panel sessions, and others who may join the interactive sessions. We have hearing gathered mentees, peers, teachers, mentors, collaborators, advisors, and those with a possibility to engage. It is the hope that this gathering and the discourse therein will bring about a shift in our outlook on the potential of women in the chemical sciences, their role, and how to harness these for our common good. We are grateful to our sponsors. First, our platinum sponsor, the Ghana Maritime Authority, for their support. A round of applause for Ghana Maritime. Thank you. Our gold sponsors, Chemical Ghana Limited and Heritage Labs Limited. Our silver sponsors, Dream Family Express Consult Limited, Skidcom Company Limited, and then Desert Lion Group of Companies, Ghana. And then also CSIR Stepri, where we are seated right now. All these are silver sponsors. A round of applause. I'll particularly mention Dr. Rosa Marie, the Deputy Director, and Dr. Wilhelmina Kwe, Director of Stepri. Thank you very much for opening your doors to us. Thanks to all. Thanks to all others, including Women in Mining Ghana and Voltic Ghana Limited, also for their sponsorship. We are particularly grateful to our distinguished invited guests who have generously responded to our invitation and are here. Students of Achimota School, thank you for coming. We are grateful to Mr. Frank Buedu of the University Press, KNUST, the brain behind our beautiful logo and most of the artwork associated with the launch of this event, and also Mrs. Abigail Asante of KNUST Wellness Center. We are grateful to Multimedia Group Limited, our media partners. Finally, to the planning committee, members of the Women in Chemistry Network, and all who have contributed in both great and small ways behind the scenes to create this beautiful setting we all see today. Thank you. You are deeply appreciated. On this note, I wish to welcome you all to the launch of the Women in Chemistry Network. May we have an impactful time together. Chemistry, our life, our world. Thank you.
You can do it better. Thank you so much, Prof. Nkansa. Before you go, I'd like you to introduce the chairperson. We have some, okay, you go ahead.
So our chairperson for this morning's gathering is a distinguished scholar, and immunology and parasitology. Educated at Achimota School. Is this a coincidental or divinely orchestrated? Holds degrees from the University of Surrey, Brunel, and from 1993 to 1980. Has dedicated 4 decades to teaching and research at esteemed institutions like the National Institutes of Health, Georgetown University in the US, and then in the University of Ghana. Our chair has groundbreaking research on malaria immunity and vaccine development, has earned international recognition, and has led the development of the first human malaria vaccine. I was expecting some reaction. She co-initiated and co-led the first NIH International Center of Infectious Diseases Research, fostering research capacity in Cameroon. At the University of Ghana, she established the immunology unit and first female director of the University of Ghana School of Public Health and the foundation dean, contributing significantly to international research capacity and leadership development. Research fellowships and collaborations span institutions worldwide, and numerous awards and recognitions, including the 2014 L'Oreal African Union Kwame Nkrumah Award for Women, and also the 2019 Clara Southmay Lidlow Award for ASTMH. Science, the world. She's a fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences and chairs the science session. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Emerita Professor Isabella Kwachi. You can do better. A round of applause, a standing ovation, I think.
Don't stop clapping. All right. Thank you all very much. We'll take the chairperson's response, then we continue with our program.
Good morning. The convener of the Women in Chemistry Network and team, members of the Diplomatic Corps, state officials and head of department, academics, industry players, policymakers, civil society organizations here present, the media, sponsors, invited guests, members of the Women in Chemistry Network, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all again. First and foremost, permit me to extend my gratitude to the convener and organizing team for the honor done me by invitation to chair this historic, what I consider a real historic event. I am particularly proud to be associated with this gathering because Professor Marian Nkansa is a mentee of mine whom I have watched blossom into a global change maker in the past years. It is always a delight to be part of any discourse where science is the focal point. I am also gladdened by the fact that women in the chemistry sciences have decided to come together to offer their token for the common good. The need for gender diversity in every field of practice as a nation cannot be overemphasized. Although science, technology, engineering, and mathematics as a STEM fields, which the chemical science are a part of, are widely regarded as critical to national economics, and enable human advancement. But so far, Ghana has not been able to achieve gender equality in these fields. So the timing for the launch of the Women in Chemistry Network is therefore apt to drum home the need for the representation of women in our public space and in science, particularly chemistry, which is often referred to as a central science and the very building blocks of matter. So you do matter, chemistry, you're the center of everything. So as Vice President of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences for the Sciences section, and as a member of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences led committee that aptly promoted, you all know about the 2022-23 UNESCO International Year of Basic Science and Sustainable Development. We were the umbrella that Ghana UNESCO put to really promote all the activities for this year-long program, and it went very well. So with this, it is rather refreshing to know that our efforts are being augmented by others to our collective good. So I do accept wholeheartedly to chair this august occasion and wish all here present a wonderful program. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Please do it better. Okay. Joining her on the panel, I'd like to introduce Professor Mariana Santo-Ankasa, who is the founder and convener of the Women in Chemistry Network. And she's an associate professor at the Department of Chemistry at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Kumasi, where she obtained a BSc and an MSc. She holds a PhD in environmental chemistry from the University of Bergen, Norway. Prof. Cancer research spans a wide range of fields, including finding solutions to environmental problems associated with levels and fate of toxic substances, like heavy trace metals, persistent organic pollutants, and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons in different environmental matrices. She also explores remediation strategies for contaminants. Professor Mariana Santo-Ankasa has received training in science diplomacy and science advice for policy. She has been on both national and international platforms where science is discussed for better public understanding. She's a thought leader and motivational speaker. Prof. Cancer is a member of the Ghana Chemical Society and Royal Society of Chemistry, affiliates of the International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, IUPAC, Ghana Science Association, and a fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences, among other organizations. She's a fellow of the International Science Council, an alumna of the Global Youth Academy, an affiliate of the World Academy of Sciences, and the Africa Academy of Sciences, and fellow of the Next Einstein Forum. She is the immediate past warden of the Africa Hall at KNUST, and she's currently the Deputy Director of Student Affairs in charge of Housing and Welfare in KNUST. She's a member of the Women in Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math Ghana Group, and is committed to the mentorship of younger students in their pursuit of STEM fields and serves as mentor and role model for many. She enjoys traveling and hiking. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our convener, Professor Mariana Santo-Ankasa. Joining the panel or joining the high table, I would like to invite Professor Frances Thelma Kwabia Owusu. Please give it up for her. Although she is retired, please give it up for her. Do it better. She's retired, but she found it very important to join us today. So don't stop clapping for her. It's amazing to have her in our midst. She's an active service at KNUST, where she has spent 41 years of her working life. 41 years of her working life. Isn't that beautiful? Yes. So she obtained her PhD as a Commonwealth scholar in pharmaceutical analysis, but branched into social pharmacy on a Commonwealth fellowship to become Ghana's first associate professor in social pharmacy. Please give it up for her. And the first ever female professor at pharmacy in KNUST. She is the first female professor. Her several administrative positions at KNUST included head of two departments actually, pharmaceutical chemistry and pharmacy practice. And she became vice dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy. Her main research areas are in chronic disease management. Her various literacy pursuits include editor of KNUST's magazine, its College of Health Sciences newsletters, and associate editor of the Ghana Journal of Disability. She was chairperson of the Children's Sunday School Committee of KNUST's Protestant Chaplaincy and president of PPAG. She is a member of GAFES, which is Ghana Fellowship of Evangelical Students National Board. Professor Owusu Dekun has been a vice president of both the Commonwealth Pharmacists Association, the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, and LAPAG, Lady Pharmacist Association of Ghana, regional coordinator. She's a foundation fellow of the Ghana College of Pharmacists and a fellow of both PSGH and West Africa Postgraduate College of Pharmacists. Between July 2013 and June 2015, she was the president of the Ghana Service University College, Kumasi. Please give it up for her. Let's do it better for Professor Frances Thelma Kwabia Owusu Dekun. Thank you very much. Next person to join the high table is Professor Dorcas Osei-Safo. Please give it up for her. So Professor Osei-Safo holds a BSc in chemistry with biochemistry and a PhD in chemistry from the University of Ghana, where she is currently an associate professor at the Department of Chemistry. Her primary research area is natural product chemistry with a focus on isolating and characterizing bioactive compounds from medicinal plants for drug discovery in cancer, microbial infections, epilepsy, and neglected tropical diseases. Schistosomiasis, trypanosomiasis. I hope I'm doing it well. I'm not butchering it. Okay, she also has an interest in drug quality, and part of her research has been dedicated to the development and application of quality assurance methods for antimalarials and antibiotics distributed for use in Ghana, Togo, Nigeria, and Malawi through the quantification of their active pharmaceutical ingredients in comparison with pharmacopoeia. Pharmacopoeia. Is that the right word, please? Pharmacopoeia. Thank you very much, please. I'm a social scientist, so forgive me. Specifications. Professor Osei-Safo Dorcas is a fellow of the Women for Africa Foundation, the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences, and Vice Dean of the School of Graduate Studies, University of Ghana. Please give it up for her. Doc, please, Prof, please, you can join us on the high table. Yes. No, we would want you to join the high table. Please don't stop clapping for her. She's shy. The shyness will go away when you keep clapping. Please keep clapping. Thank you very much, Prof. I'm so happy we have younger ones here. If you want to ascribe to anything, or if you're not inspired, or you're looking for inspiration, it's all around you in this room. You look at everybody seated to your left and your right. They are doing something productive with their time, and they have dedicated themselves to excellence and making sure they are good in whatever field they find themselves. So if anyone ever tells you that women can't do ABC, look at these women and tell yourselves that you can also do it. Okay? Be encouraged and motivate yourselves. All right. So we're going to take a keynote speech. The keynote speaker is not here with us, but she sent a video. So we're going to play the video. Before the video, I'd like to give a brief overview of who she is. Emerita Professor Mary Garson. Pardon me, the keynote speaker is here. It's the guest speaker. Oh, yes. So a message from IUPAC. And the person to do that is Emerita Professor Mary Garson. She's the vice president of IUPAC, and she's an internationally recognized expert in the chemistry, biosynthesis, and bioactivity of secondary metabolites from both the marine and terrestrial environments. She's a champion for diversity and inclusion in chemistry and has actively worked in IUPAC to recognize the important role of women in chemistry. She's the creator of the Global Women Breakfast and currently co-convener. Professor Garson is the third woman to lead IUPAC in its 104th year history. Please give it up for Emerita Professor Mary Garson.
Good morning, hello, and welcome to you today. Thank you for inviting me to join your networking meeting in Ghana, which has the theme Catalyzing Diversity in Science, and which is in celebration of the International Day of Women's and Girls in Science, which was held earlier this month on February the 11th. So my name is Professor Mary Garson, and I live and work in Brisbane in Australia. This year, I have the very great honour to become the Vice President, indeed the President-elect of the International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, IUPAC. And I am the third woman in the 104 history of IUPAC to hold this prestigious international leadership role. It's going to be quite a challenge and one that I'm very much looking forward to. So, what is the global...
Please, can we start all over? So that the
2011,
parts we did not hear, we
IUPAC
can all pay
celebrated
attention.
the life and achievements of Marie Curie, Nobel laureate. Good morning, hello, and welcome to you today. Thank you for inviting me to join your networking meeting in Ghana, which has the theme Catalyzing Diversity in Science, and which is in celebration of the International Day of Women's and Girls in Science, which was held earlier this month on February the 11th. So my name is Professor Mary Garson, and I live and work in Brisbane in Australia. This year, I have the very great honour to become the Vice President, indeed the President-elect, of the International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, IUPAC. And I am the third woman in the 104 history of IUPAC to hold this prestigious international leadership role. It's going to be quite a challenge and one that I'm very much looking forward to. So, what is the Global Women's Breakfast about? In 2011, IUPAC celebrated the life and achievements of Marie Curie, Nobel laureate, in the International Year of Chemistry. I contributed to those celebrations by creating a global networking breakfast event for women chemists. Women from more than 40 countries joined in. I was gobsmacked. The network was relaunched as the Global Women's Breakfast in 2019 as part of the International Year of the Periodic Table. Now I am the co-convener along with my very dear friend, Dr. Laura McConnell from the United States. So each year we choose a date in February to organise the event to celebrate, connect and empower women scientists and their male allies worldwide, to have a conversation about breaking barriers in science and so to build a better, fairer and more inclusive scientific world. Since 2019, there have been over 1,500 events in 100 different countries joining in. And thank you in particular for choosing today as the launch of your Women in Chemistry Network. That is so exciting, and please do let us know how we can continue to work with you and to support you as we go into the future. So what is the issue about? In many countries, women make up about 50% of the undergraduate university science population. In some countries, the numbers of women taking STEM subjects in high schools or universities is actually lower than that. And generally, our society remains STEM illiterate. Recent reports in my own country suggest that the overall numbers of students taking science subjects at high school are dropping After university study in my country of Australia, the number of women in the science and technology workforce is only 28%. That's quite a considerable drop from the 50% of women who are taking science subjects at the universities. So all of these figures are against a backdrop of science being important. We only think about the needs of clean water, for quality food production, for food security, for cheap and safe medicines, as well, of course, as green fuel and energy and regular access to energy and fuel, to understand the need for well-trained, creative and responsible scientists. Monday Science is all about collaboration, that is teamwork. There have been many studies which report on issues surrounding diversity in team situations. And a really important conclusion from them is that the more diverse a team, the more creative and the more productive that team is, and the more that it will contribute. Teams that lack diversity tend to generate unimaginative solutions and ideas that lack novelty. So not only do we need to increase the numbers of students taking science, we need to strengthen the participation of women in STEM on grounds of equal opportunity, that is gender equality, and what we can only describe as fairness. And this is going to lead to better scientific outcomes, thus to better outcomes for all of society. Actions need to be taken. We need to get the setting right for women scientists, particularly those, as many of you in the audience today, in early career stages. We need to share the key message that science opens the door to career paths that are both challenging and also personally rewarding, and which are of benefit to society. We need to fill skills gaps and to shape our centres of research and technology and our industries with the most able and talented individuals, and to make the best use of the scientists, indeed the chemists of the future. That is, people exactly like you. So do
All right, thank you very much. Give it up for Emerita Professor Mary Gazin. One thing I heard, she said there's a skill gap in the industry and we need more women to fill that gap. So I'm glad we have all of us here ready to take on that task. All right, so we'll take our keynote speech from Professor Frances Owusu-Deko. Please give it up for her. Or you can do it better. All right.
First, I'd like to thank the organizers, especially Mariam, for inviting me to give the keynote address. In fact, when she called me, I said, yes, I'll do it. I mean, I like the subject. If it had been anybody else, I would have said, I'm tired. I've just, come back from a very emotional program and I don't think I can make it. But I'm so glad that Professor Marian Nkansa called me and she's giving me this opportunity to come and share some insights with you. So, promoting gender diversity in the chemical sciences. Now, when we talk about gender, we can get into all sorts of tangles if we don't take care. So we will talk a little bit The next slide, please. A little bit about gender, a little bit about the chemical sciences, just to remind ourselves. And then I'll tell you a story about a girl and what we can glean from that story for our discussions later. And then there'll be some concluding remarks. I believe that a keynote address is supposed to just point you to the key things that you need to take notice of. So the next slide, please. Gender. Now, when we hear the word gender, our mind goes first to women. But these days, there are so many things about gender, binary, bisexual, mesosexual, what, the A's and the plus and the asterisks. We don't want to go into that. We will restrict ourselves to the two sexes, God-given sexes at birth, male and female. But even so, when people get confused about gender and sex, because gender is not simply about sex, but the roles and responsibilities and expectations attached to being female or male. And it varies from culture to culture. So most people, when they hear gender, they say, oh, that's women's issues. But it is not exactly that. It is the balance. It is the balance between. But I would say that the misapplication to women-only issues arises from the inequities often associated with being female. And some of these are the declining numbers of females from primary school to higher education. Now, it is so here, but in some Nordic countries, you would find out that there are more females in higher education than men. But generally, it is less females the higher you go up the educational ladder. And decline numbers which enter the sciences and the chemical sciences in particular, because biology, which is another branch of science, is often viewed as a softer option for women. In fact, I had wanted to teach biology whilst I was growing up. The expectations, it is also based on the expectations of what are female areas of study. For example, nursing. So men who go into nursing also face discrimination or sometimes elevation. They see the men and they say, oh, you are a medical officer, and they have to explain themselves. Next slide. So a little bit about the chemical sciences. In our introductions, we've heard a lot about what chemistry does. In fact, if you look at any science field, chemistry is the foundation. So it is not just restricted to chemistry, but the application of chemistry, because chemists create life-saving pharmaceuticals, like we've heard. They improve agricultural productivity. They develop energy solutions, talk about fuel, and they produce a lot of new materials which are used in cookware to clothing to electronic devices. So chemistry is life, is the foundation of life. So it is not just limited to the study of chemistry, but its application. And even when you talk about people having a good relation, you say that the chemistry between them, right? Okay. So, talk about relationships, we would say that being caregivers, women should have been in the majority in the chemical sciences. But that is not so. It is said that the chemical sciences look more talented women from the profession than any other scientific discipline. Why is that so? When chemistry is the foundation of life. Next slide, please. So we come to the story. Next slide. So a girl was born in a village to parents who worked in healthcare delivery. One of 4 girls in a family of 5 siblings. Means that 4 girls, 1 boy. When she was 6 years old and had already completed class 1, the family moved to the capital city. So she was enrolled in a new school, fairly new school run by Catholic nuns. She loved not only the schoolwork, but extracurricular activities as well. If some of you know the Catholic schools, I'm sure Marian knows it very well, the Catholic Youth Organization, CYO, and the band and all that. She was, very excited about that. Now, she came from a Protestant family. So her parents were happy with the education that the school offered, but chose for her an all-girls Protestant secondary school that an elder sister was already attending. She had wished that she had stayed in a Catholic school, but she didn't have a choice. She gained admission to the school with a Cocoa Marketing Board scholarship. And she went there and joined her sister. Next slide, please. Lower secondary. And that was the era of O-level and A-levels. It's not like WASI these days. So 5th year, you sit for your O-levels, and then 2 more years, you go for your advanced level, the A-level. So she was enrolled after Form 3 in the science class for her O-levels. Now, she wished that she could have offered English literature as an elective. But additional mathematics and English were taught at the same time in the timetable. And somehow it was not expected that a science student would want to take English literature to O-level. So she couldn't do that. She had to take the additional maths class, the add maths class. Somehow she compensated for it by reading her older sister's literature books from cover to cover, whether she understood it or not. But a dictionary helped her to understand. Now, prizes from school were often books and other educational materials. And so she developed the habit of reading everything. Even when she saw a piece of newspaper on the floor, she would take it and read it. And presents from her parents were also often books, even though she wished that it would have varied a bit. Maybe something more feminine than books. Now, distractions in school were minimal because the girls were encouraged to see value in self-reliance. They were doing extensive housework, writing and performing their own scripts during school entertainment slots, and they kept themselves busy. So she then went to upper secondary. She got the school's best prize for O-level results, and then she had to choose her subjects. It was not like today where science students would do all 4: chemistry, physics, biology, mathematics. You had to, most people did 3. So she had wanted to do all 4, as a few people did, but her teachers thought that it would be too much for her. And nobody in the school had done that yet. So after attending all 4 classes for a few weeks, she chose a combination of chemistry, biology, and mathematics. Now, that wasn't very common. People would either do physics, chemistry, biology, or physics, maths, chemistry. But she chose the combination of maths and biology. Unfortunately, she fell ill, and it was a protracted illness. So she was absent from school for a larger part of the year. Teachers once again came in and advised that she should repeat the year, but they were also willing to help her make up for lost time if she decided not to do so. Guess what she did? She said, no, she can't spend 8 years in the school when everybody spends maximum 7 years. So she chose to finish the year. And whether that was a good decision or not, only God can tell. So, tertiary education. And as expected, her final grades were not good enough to get her into medical school, which is the ultimate wish of most science students. But then, I'm sure you talk about that in the discussions later. Now, through a series of disjointed events, she ended up in pharmacy school. Her first year was very rough. And so she thought that she needed to change. I mean, it wasn't easy. She needed to change. Maybe change to something, less scientific, less science, something like architecture. Or, it looked like the science was getting too much for her. And to do that, she needed to do very well so that she could switch, because architecture was also a sought after program in those days. So she applied herself to a subject that she didn't think she liked, but she did. She applied herself. Now, those days, pharmacy students took classes with pure science students. And the basic science lectures, especially chemistry lectures, were very, very technical. And she thought, my goodness, what is this? Deriving Schrodinger's equation from first principles for pharmacy. But then she had the support of older Christian mentors who got her into a small study group with male counterparts who were chemistry majors. And this peer tutoring proved so useful that she began to understand the principles of chemistry and realized that once she mastered those principles, most things fell into place. So as you can guess, she did not change her program. And with her maths background, she learned to love physical chemistry and its application in pharmacy. She majored in pharmaceutical chemistry in her final year, went on to do her master's in pharmaceutical chemistry with 4 males who did not finish the program, because that was a year or the years when it was so difficult for Ghana economically. You think we have a bad economic situation now. So we have been through worse. And so the men left, they didn't see the value of studying. They either, went outside to study or branched into something else to find money. So when she finished KNUST absorbed her as a lecturer. She got married, had a family, and went on to do her PhD in pharmaceutical analysis. And the rest, they say, is history. This little girl is standing before you now. So who or what were the key actors in this girl's story? Let's see whether we can pinpoint some factors. I want you to remember 3 S's. That there were the systems or the structures, then there was society, and then there was self. Now you can see that they are connected with double ended arrows. Okay. So it's a case of the chicken and the egg. Which one came first? They all influence one another. The systems influence society, society influence self, and so on, goes round and round. So let's look at our systems and our structures. Some of them are homes. Homes that encourage innovation. So this girl, there was 4 girls, 1 boy, and the girls were not confined to the kitchen. Neither was the boy confined to washing cars. So there was really no difference as to what was a girl's job and what was a boy's job in the home. She went to an all-female school, and that was a safe place for her to explore her talents and come into her own. I'm not saying that when there's when you go to a co-educational school, you are not able to do that. But in an all-girls school, you don't have that added which word? Social, what is this? Social sciences. Give me a word. Yes, not even distraction, but the culture where if a girl is adventurous, if she's assertive, then she's known as a cockerel, a male hen. Okay. So the schools also help. And then religious places that do not inhibit females in their quest for higher knowledge and promote leadership roles. Those are some of the systems and structures that will help promote gender diversity in the chemical sciences. Then there's the post-basic education and also academic publishing non-biased. Sometimes people have found out that, well, because they are females, as soon as they put something out there, it is thought of as not quite up to the standard. So systems will either promote or inhibit. But let us remember that the UN Sustainable Development Goals advocate for gender equality across all 17 developmental goals. Then let's look at society. Believe that governments should invest more in girl child and science education. Science education is expensive. So if you've noticed, when people are starting private universities, they go in for the non-science programs because that is not as expensive. But the government wants to be true to its word that we want to see development. Then science has to be the basis of our education. Parents and guardians. When parents do not inhibit their girls, the girls are able to go as far as they want to go. When they do, and they have the idea that, no, this is not a girl's field. You cannot do engineering, you cannot do mining engineering. Yeah, maybe, well, electrical, maybe, but no, don't go down into their minds. Okay. So when parents do not encourage children, that also influences their choices. Teachers, when you remember the story, the teachers were willing to help the girl take a decision, and they did their best. Women's groups. Female chemists have to be more visible and be positive role models for girls. Now, I remember when I first drove a Datsun Cherry from Accra to Kumasi. When I was going, I let a driver take me. But coming back, I said, no, I'll drive this car myself with my children. So that was many years back. And on the way, we met some school children. And they were boys and girls, more or less. The boys, okay, just wave. But the girls, when they saw a woman driving, they were so excited. They waved and waved and waved. And I thought, this is something that I've done for these girls, and I'm sure will stay with them for the rest of their lives. Women's groups, we also need to debunk the myth that women are their own enemies. After all, men are also their own enemies. True or false? So why do we want to pull ourselves down and tell ourselves that we are our own enemies? And no, please, let's not do that. Let's open up and be each other's keeper, and let's support one another. It is important that we do that. Let's go to self. There are no male or female intellects. Intellect is gender neutral. Doesn't matter. The brain is a biological thing. It doesn't matter whether it is a female brain or a male brain. It is society that shapes what the brain does. So we need an attitudinal change, a paradigm shift, and I can do it spirit. That is what every girl needs to put into herself. If this is it, I can do it. We need to have a healthy work-life balance and be pragmatic. As you grow older, there are many seasons in a woman's life, and you need to be comfortable with each season. You need to chill sometimes, and relax, and know that when you are doing your part, things will fall in place. Chill, because there's time for everything under the sun, as Ecclesiastes 3:1 says. And whilst chilling, go for it, even when the chances look slim. A lot of institutions say that when jobs are offered, women, or when science jobs or jobs in general are offered, women do not apply for it because they think that I can't do it. No, the competition will be too great. Go for it, even when the chances look slim, and don't be afraid of failure. Don't be afraid of failure, because you will never know you can do it unless you try. I had a young scientist come to me saying that she wanted me to be her mentor. And that was the time that I had been nominated for the position of Pro Vice Chancellor of KNUST and lost. So I was nursing my wounds, and she came and she said, I want you to be my mentor. And I said, Priscilla, are you sure? Haven't you heard that I have lost an election? And I said, that is why I want you to be my mentor. So even in your failure, you can be the inspiration for somebody else. So ask for help when you need it, and be willing to give help too. In Prof. Nkansa's speech, she said, I'm giving because I have received. It is more blessed to give than to receive. Are we still a drop in the ocean? Maybe, but the drop is getting bigger and the ripples are reaching farther and farther. So we need to be able to map who is where and doing what? And a concerted, coordinated saturation effort by all is needed to impact young girls in the chemical sciences so that they can have a career in the discipline. I hope I've been able to give you some words and food for thought as we deliberate on issues today, and that it will inspire all of us to reach not just for the stars, but for higher up, and that we will be able to make an impact in the chemical sciences. Chemistry, that is life, that is the basis of everything, that is even the basis of human relationships. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Please do it better. That was beautiful. I like how she told her story from a very simple and humble background. And now this is where she is. Give it up for her one more time. There are a few things she said that I would want to touch on. She said, when you master the principles, things fall in place. You remember she recounted the experience where she didn't understand something, she joined a group, and when she finally caught the principle of it, she was able to make sure all things are falling in place. Okay, so I would want all of us to encourage ourselves. And when she touched on society, she said government should invest more in women in the sciences, and I agree. Women are not their own enemies. If we were, we wouldn't even be in this room. Please, do you understand? We are all here to support a worthy cause. And if we were our own enemies, we would all come up with excuses. Oh, I have better things to do with my time. I don't have to be here. But look at us. Please be proud of us. Let's be proud of ourselves. We are here supporting one another. And I think that is beautiful. And she says, intellect is not gender neutral. I totally agree. Go for it, even when the chances look slim. I spend a lot of time in Prof. Nkansa's office when I'm free. And there's one thing she taught me that I have kept it here. When I see something I'm interested in and I want to apply for, I start telling myself, oh, there are people who are better, you know, maybe even the qualifications and whatever, I think you should just let it go. Then she said something. She was like, Essie, now for all you know, you are the only one applying. And that shifted, like, I got a shift in my brain that it could be that I'm the only person applying. And she shared an experience, and I have kept that in my mind till date. So when I see opportunities I'm interested in, I mean, what do I have to lose? Even if I'm not called, at least I tried. So let's all do that. Let's all keep that in our heads. Amen. All right. So we have a few people in our midst that I would want to acknowledge. We have Helene from the German embassy. Helene, give us a wave. Yes. We have Theodora Agbotui. Madam Theodora, please, where are you? Can you give us a wave? Fantastic. We have Bala Hajia Ramat. Hajia, please give us a wave. Yes. Rejat Adoma, please, where are you? Rejat Adoma, okay. And we have Anna Moni. Anna, yes, there you are. We have Professor Johans Abuja, who is a chartered chemist and a lecturer at the Kwame University of Science and Technology. Please give it up for him. Okay. So at this juncture, we'll take a feature speech from Professor Dr. Sosei Safo. Please give it up for her as she gives her speech. Hope you're learning. You're having a good time. Fantastic. You're welcome.
Madam Chair, with your kind permission, I would like to go with the already established protocol. Thank you. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to commend my colleague, Marian, Professor Marian Asantua Nkansa, for her vision for creating this network. I applaud her efforts, and I want you to join me in applauding her efforts over the years. Yes, and we can only support her to make this work for all of us. And I would like also to thank the organizing committee for selecting me for this role. So I am an associate professor of chemistry at the Department of Chemistry, University of Ghana. I am a natural products chemist by training. So what I do is that I identify compounds in medicinal plants that have the potential for use as drugs or medicines, essentially. And the disease portfolio that I've worked on so far includes cancer, microbial infections, and also neglected tropical diseases. So schistosomiasis. So students, you know about elephantiasis, bilharzia, and all of that. Yes. So compounds mainly from medicinal plants that have activity against these diseases. That's one, actually the major research focus. Then I also work on applying quality assurance methods to ensure that the conventional medicines that we use, and mainly I've worked on malaria, anti-malarials, so like the artemisinin, so artemether, artesunate, etc., that the label claim, what the manufacturer has put on the label claim, actually matches what is in the pharmacopoeia. Okay, so to check that the active ingredient that is in the anti-malarial tablet, the amount there is almost equal to what the manufacturer has put on the label. Okay. This is to ensure that we curb the rising incidence of falsification and also substandardization of our medicines. When you take the drug and it doesn't have the requisite amount of active ingredient, then gradually the parasite develops resistance to the drug. So that's one aspect of the research that I do. And then lately, because in our setting, so if we take Ghana or Africa for that matter, you know, there's a wide patronage for herbal medicines. And the herbalists will say that, oh, it does this, it does that, you know. So my research is also gradually leaning towards the scientific validation of the claims, that if they say it cures malaria, indeed it does. And also it is safe. So that's what I do as a chemist. Now let me share my story. So, and how gender has shaped my journey. So the early beginnings. I was born into a family of 7 siblings, 5 girls and 2 boys. So I'm the 6th. My dad was an astute businessman who valued education greatly. So he encouraged all of us to go to school. He was ready to support us to any extent that we could go to. And he wanted one of his children to be a medical doctor. And one day, during my primary school days, he told us of a dream that he had had, that the family doctor visited at home, and he scooped me in his lap. So his interpretation of the dream was that I was the appointed one. I was the one to become the medical doctor. So, I mean, going to school, I studied science. But let me say, by the grace of God, the science subjects came to me naturally, so I didn't have to struggle. So from primary to secondary school. But after O-level, I was convinced that I wasn't wired to do medicine because I couldn't stand the sight of blood. I mean, I was too squeamish. So I said no, I was going to do science. So I entered the University of Ghana to do a 3-year undergraduate degree in science. Then it was 3 years. And in year 1, which we called FUE then, so first university examinations, FUE, I did the general subjects, so physics, chemistry, biology. Biology was botany and zoology, and then math. And in year 2, I chose chemistry by chemistry option. And finally, in the 3rd year, I majored in chemistry. Now, selecting between chemistry and biochemistry was very easy for me because organic chemistry came to me naturally. I just loved my lectures. I loved the atmosphere in the department then. And also, for some reason, I did not like the smell of the agar that we were using in the biochemistry practicals. So it was a no-no. So I settled on chemistry, and that was it. In the final year then, and this was the 1990-91 academic year, there were 5 of us in the final year. I was the only female. There was no discrimination. There was no favoritism. I mean, we worked together. And let me not boast, but I received the Frank Toto Prize, which is the best graduating student. Yes. And from there, national service, I did my national service at the department. And following national service, I enrolled into the master's program. I mean, my dad wanted me to continue. But, well, incidentally, so I am Dorcas. My bigger brother is David. So between the two of us, our first names begin with a D. But my big brother went on to become an accomplished medical practitioner. So at least my dad's dream was fulfilled, but not with me. So I happened not to be at the appointed one. But he was happy that I was pursuing postgraduate training. So I had a lot of support from family and also from the department, honestly. So my master's, and at that time, I had started my family. I had 2 young daughters, and I figured out that I had to go into academia. I mean, I loved what I was doing, but then I reckoned that the environment would give me a flexible schedule to be able to take care of my family as well. And I was living on campus, just a walking distance to the department. So it all sort of fell in place. My supervisor was the distinguished Emeritus Professor Ivan Adaimensa. I mean, natural products chemistry. I mean, what else can you ask for? You understand? So it was good. Now, during that time, there was UTAC strike for about a year. But things got back on track. And between family and the strike with the interruptions, I managed to finish my PhD, but that was in 1999. Along the way, I welcomed a set of twin boys, which almost derailed the process. But Prof encouraged me. And of course, I had support from home as well. And I managed to finish. And then I joined the department as a young lecturer, the first female lecturer of the department. And because of family, even when I had opportunity to step outside, I couldn't go. I mean, I said, so to leave these boys with my mom and travel to pursue. So I just stayed home and did what I could, balancing family and then research. So from 2000, it was in 2010 that I got my promotion to become senior lecturer. Then in 2018, I became associate professor. I told myself, I'm sure if I were a male, just focusing on my work, I would have risen. But I have my family, and actually my family is my first priority. So it's fine. It's fine. Yes. And in 2018, I became the first female head of department. And then a year later, I was appointed as Vice Dean of the School of Graduate Studies, which is my current position. And so over the period, I've done about 50 plus publications. I've mentored numerous undergraduate projects, undergraduate students, almost 40 master students. So Dr. Anita Opon was my master student, but but then she moved on to do her PhD in the US and has come back to join the department as faculty. So she's the third female faculty. The second female faculty is Dr. Mary Chama, who was supposed to be here. So she was my first PhD student. And now she's an independent researcher at the department. Her students are here to stand in for her. Yes. So how has gender impacted this journey? I would say that honestly, I've had a lot of good support from home. I mean, my dad supported that. And then my supervisor, Prof. Adai Mensah, you know, he also supervised Anita and Dr. Chama, and also from the department. So even though life got in the way because of family, I think it is well. It is well. So the young ladies, I think that now it's getting easier when I compare with my days. It's getting easier to do science and chemistry because now you have support for early career researchers, Anita, right? Yes. Family may get in the way, but that is our calling, you understand? So we need to strike a good balance and then rub shoulders with the men and do what we can to impact society. From the keynote speaker's address, so we nurture life. Chemistry is life. So when we understand it better, we can even provide better training for our children, for posterity. So I think you shouldn't shy away at all from the sciences, especially chemistry. The future is bright. Okay, thank you.
Very much, Prof. The future is what? Very, very, very bright. We need sunglasses because it will blind us. All right, so I'd like to acknowledge a few dignitaries in our midst. We have Mrs. Bantele Diamamle, Assistant Headmistress of Ashimota School. Please give it up for her. Please give us a wave. Yes, thank you. We have Dr. Juliet Atta, Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. Hello. Dr. Juliet, yes. Dr. Welmina Kwe, Director, CSIR Stepri. Yes, please give it up for her. Mrs. Jemima Dorinofe, Japan. Yes, she's the head of units at Cosmetics Registrar, Food and Drugs Authority. Mrs. Esther Abuajetando, head of ASI Lab, Ghana. Okay. Ghana Manganese Company. Okay. Please give it up for her. Can you give us a wave? All right. Mr. Michael Lesiedu, HOD, Chemistry of Ashimota School. Please give it up for him. And we have Mrs. Nanaya Fable. Nanaya Ebuya Fable. Please give it up for her. She's from the Ghana Maritime Authority. Okay. I hope you are not jotting down your questions and your comments because the time will come for us to do that. All right. So at this juncture, I'd like to invite Mrs. Nanaya Ebuya Fable. She's a practicing lawyer for the past 20 years, and her experience spans from banking, and her passion has always been in the maritime industry. She's currently the principal legal officer at the Ghana Maritime Authority. She's married with 2 children. Please give it up for her as she gives us a short address.
Good morning to you all. Madam Chair, with your permission, I would like to stick to the observed protocols already. And I would also like to thank Professor Marian Asantwa Nkansa for coming and putting this initiative together. We're very proud of you and we're very thankful. But before I bring my message from Ghana Maritime Authority, I would like to say I'm very happy this morning. I'm very happy this morning because I see that the best school in all of Ghana is represented here. And that is Achimota School. I had the privilege to go to Achimota School. I was in Clark House and I completed in 1994. So just coming into this room, I started smiling because I see that my children and possibly grandchildren are here as well. So as the MC already said, I am probably the only sore thumb here. I'm a complete art student. And I think she mentioned that I'm a practicing lawyer. So this is very different territory for me. But however, I am somebody that has personally always supported women in science. And when Ghana Maritime brought it to our attention that this project was coming up, we're all very eager to ensure that it did come to pass. So I'd also like to say that Ghana Maritime, as some of you already know, is the regulator of the water industry in Ghana. Simply put, we deal with international conventions and ensure that they are domesticated in the country. But basically, my message from Ghana Maritime this morning is that we would like to encourage everybody, especially women and the young girls from Achimota School, especially, to not give up their dream of science. As some of the speakers have told us that it is difficult, it is hard, but don't let your gender, don't let the fact that you're a female hold you back. Because the internet, as they've already said, it's not for men or for women, it's gender neutral. So with the right amount of hard work and the right amount of focus and dedication, whatever you do want to become, you shall become. This is my message from Ghana Maritime. They say that anytime you need any assistance, please don't contact us. Whatever program you're having, we are prepared to support you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fable. Anytime we are ready, we should knock on their doors. They are willing to sponsor us. All right. So please, I hope you heard that. They're ready. I would like to acknowledge our sponsors. So we have Ghana Maritime Authority, Chemical Ghana Limited, Skidcom Ghana Limited, Heritos Lab, Desert Lion International Ghana, Family Dream Consults, CSI House Debris, Women in Mining, and Voltaic Ghana. Please let's give it up for our sponsors. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to pull this off. I went to Laboni, so when Achimota people want to do their checker, like, no, Laboni is the best made school in the whole of Ghana before Achimota. Anyway, so at this juncture, I would like to, we'll get to the launch of the Women in Chemistry Network. So to do that, we would like to invite our chairperson, Professor Kwachi, Emerita Professor Kwachi, and Professor Mariana Santuan Kansa, and a rep from Habitos. Yes, so we'll be launching our logo, the network itself, and then our website. Whilst we wait for them to get ready, please let's acknowledge our online participants. This is streaming on YouTube, and as you can see, some people have joined us via Zoom. Hello to everybody online. We hope you're having a good time, just as we are here. So whilst we wait, I'd like to take questions from 5 people. I like it when everybody looks down when we start talking about speaking. It makes my job so easy. I'll just walk up to you and give you the microphone. So volunteers, 5 people. At least 3 for Achimota. Okay.
Thank you very much. I go by the name Quinote Esther Quinoki, and I'm in the year 3. My question is, I have 2 questions. First of all, what do you do when you don't have the chance to get to medical school, but you still have that fire in you to pursue any field in medicine? And the second being, what keeps you going when things keep drawing you back? Because we know science is a very tough area, and there has to be something that keeps you motivated, keeps you going. So what exactly, or where can you find such source of motivation? Thank you.
That's a brilliant question. So I'll give it to any of our panel members. Starting with Prof. Okay.
Well, with your permission, yes. So your first question, how to get into medical school, by all means. Medical or suicide, that was a parlance then. But currently, I'm aware that there's the graduate entry program. So when you are done with your first degree, you can still go into medical school. Thank you.
Yes, I think that I have a number of examples where people have wanted to go into medical school or some other program, but they had something else. And when they worked hard at what they were given, they realized that after all, they didn't want to go to medical school, or they didn't want to go to that program. I mean, I am an example. You know, I sit here and I think medical school, I would have been terrible if I had gotten entry. And my son, he wanted to be a lawyer. And so I talked to a former Chief Justice, and he said, oh, it's better if you do some other program and then you go on into law school. So he went to do, what was it that he did? He did something in, I've forgotten what they call it now. My gray hairs are taking over. So, and when he finished that program, he said, I don't want to go into law school. I don't want to go. And now he is an associate professor in geography in the US. You see, so if you don't get into medical school, work hard at what you get into, and you will, like, the opportunity is there for graduates to go into it if you still want to go into it, or you will find out that what you have is even better than what you thought if you work hard at it.
Just one more thing. I think it's really lack of counseling. And I realize that you're doing better now with counseling, but if students are counseled and given the options and understand what they should look forward to. I mean, most families want, I mean, it's medicine, engineering, or law. You don't do these three, you're nothing. And, so they force children into medicine and they get to the point and they can't stand blood. Or they become so technical, there's no emotion. We find physicians who have no emotion for the job, but because they were just pushed in there. So I think parents, counseling, at schools, and really, getting to understand what else is out there is important. Or I mean, we were lucky when we were growing up. Summers, we had a group of students at Kolibu. We worked in all the laboratories, chemical laboratory, so we were able, with those who wanted to go into medicine, to see if they really wanted to go into medicine. So this is what we need to do. Mentorship, and saying mentorship, I'm so happy to see Prof. Ephraim here. And our convener really doesn't stop to get to the tops. She brings all her mentors and we're so delighted for her, and we're always there to support her. So this is what, look for good mentors, because mentors are there to guide you to, be part of their networks. So counseling, getting to know the global outlet of what you want to do. You might decide that what your main topic is really not what you want once you know what else is available. So please look for mentors, understand the global aspect of what you want to do, and just work hard, and you get there. Okay.
The follow-up question: what keeps you going?
Well, your faith. For me, having faith, and I was brought up in a Christian environment, that life is not just walking through. Life is full of challenges, but you're thankful for getting up in the morning, and you're born to make a difference. You're not born to just walk and be happy throughout life. You're born to, meet the demands of life and to leave a legacy. Really, what's the point of just doing anything without, making sure you're making someone happy or you're helping somebody? So I think, the art of giving should be primary to whatever you're doing. Whatever you're doing, do well, hard work, integrity, and the rest will fall in. But your faith, hard times, friends, family always are there to support. But your own integrity and the need to get there at all costs will also help you. Thank you.
Prof. Cancer, what keeps you going?
Thank you. So when you are stuck, what I do is that I look for someone to talk to. And I have very few of such people that I call venting buddies. Someone who will not judge. Sometimes all you need is a listening ear. You vent and then you go home. It helps. If you feel like crying, to do, but don't do it in public because we've been accused too much of being emotional. So cry, make an excuse, go to the washroom, wipe your tears and come back with a smile and a swag.
Thank you very much. I'll limit the questions to only that and acknowledge a few people when we move on. We have Dr. Trinity Amatabo, Senior Research, CSR, Senior Research Scientist. I'm sorry, I'm having a difficult time with the handwriting, so forgive me. So, Dr. Trinity, can we see you? All right, please give her a hand. We have Dr. Mary Magdalene Pedavois, CK Tedam Utas Navrongo. Please give it up for her. We have Dr. Caroline R. Kwewu, Department of Chemistry, KNUSC. Please give it up for her. We have Professor James Hawking Ephraim, former Vice Chancellor, Catholic University. Please give it up for him. Please give us a wave. All lecturers from KNUSC that have not acknowledged, please give me a wave. Okay, I'll get to you. Thank you all so much. So we are ready for the launch of the network, the logo and the website. I'd like to invite Emerita Professor Kwachi to join us here. Prof. Nkansa would also join, and a rep from the lab, Habitat Lab. Yes.
So maybe I can talk about the logo. It's a new addition. Yes. Thank you very much. So we have our logo. If you can, the simple task we're going to do now is to launch the logo, launch our website, and also launch the network that we are all part of. So this is the logo. And as you can see, we move on to the elements in the logo. So the next slide, please. Yeah, the symbols. There's a female representing all women because it's a women network. Then we have a benzene ring inside a round bottom flask, chemical research. And then the Women in Chemistry Network, the acronym inside the benzene ring, meaning we are all involved in this kind of chemical research. The circle signifies all embracing and global outlook of the network. In terms of the colors, the color purple represents femininity and creativity, which we all aspire to do if we are not doing already. Then the lime green is nature and sustainability, which is also connected to the chemical sciences and science in general. And the black is for professionalism and power. We believe that we are all powerful women, or we are powerful women in the making. So that is our logo, and I declare it launched in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. I'm Catholic.
So now the launch Women in Chemistry Network website. Now the presence of a website for any enterprise is necessary for visibility and verification of its existence. It is quite exciting that Women in Chemistry Network is able to have a working website the very day that they are outdooring their presence. The website domain name, hosting and content design was sponsored by Heritage Labs Limited. We're hoping they'll be here, but if they are listening online, pick your phones, go to www.womenchemistry.network.org. Have you all got your phones? Good. Let us all explore and ourselves with all Women in Chemistry Network has to offer. Note, the website of the Women in Chemistry Network is duly launched. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Okay.
You can play it as a conference. You can play it now. The video on the cake. So the logo shows it. Fantastic. At a random moment, but I don't really. I'm not going to promise, but that's the goal. Well, we want to see it now. So this is an agreement between my.
Okay. It is.
I'm Danielle, by the way. I know you went Ghana in 2009. Yes. And I'm just wondering, I'm sure I'm Danielle for wondering, when are you coming back to Ghana? Every year I see from Ghana. I was actually going to come to Ghana last year. During a holiday.
So beautiful. Let's try to go to the tops. She just innovates.
Okay, we waited on a smaller table. Okay.
Okay, that's one of them. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where do we go from there?
Right.
Yes. Now, can you imagine anything more beautiful? I tell you, Professor Marian just goes to the top. She innovates, right? We've got the elements, just about everything to remind us that we are central to chemistry. So the network is duly launched. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Amen. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's a very beautiful cake. For those in the social sciences, we really don't really understand what they mean, but we'll pretend we do. All right, so we would like to take some messages from some state and public officials. Please, do we have the diplomatic corps here to give us a message? Helene, do you have a message for us? Please give it up for Helene. Do you have any message for us? Okay, so we'll take a comment from you. All right. So I'll just bring you the microphone.
Good morning from my side. I'm very glad to be here. Sorry, I didn't prepare any message, but I also think that you all have a lot more to say in this room than I'm also from the social sciences. Yes, I want to thank of all the women that worked in the background to make this launch of the Women in Chemistry Network work. And I hope that this network will work on to encourage a lot of women in chemistry and to strengthen also the position of all women in chemistry sciences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helene. Like I mentioned earlier, Helene is the German embassy. And so we'll take a couple more questions, take a photograph, and then we'll go on a snack break. Oh, yes. Sorry. I would like to invite the team from Stepri to give their solidarity message. All right. Please hear that for.
Thank you. Can we do it better? I'm told clapping is good. Can we do it better? Better, better, better. And I realized that during the luncheon, the room was a bit quiet. So, Madam, with your permission, can we be upstanding and say, long live women in chemistry? Upstanding, please. Can I hear long live women in chemistry, network of women in chemistry? How? It's weak, oh, please. This, I won't take it. Again. Amen. I feel like preaching this morning. It's wonderful to have all of you. I'm so glad I made a time to join. And Auntie Rose, thank you so much. This is the Deputy Director of CSI Science and Technology Policy Research Institute. She's such a wonderful and powerful woman. Yeah. So now my message from CSIR. I bring you warm greetings from the staff of CSIR Science and Technology Policy Research Institute. On behalf of the management of CSIR Stepri, our wonderful brand, I deem it a pleasure to be part of this special event, the launch of Women in Chemistry Network to promote gender diversity in the chemical sciences. CSR Stepri has a mandate to conduct research to provide knowledge-based information and contribute to formulating and implementing policies and programs for the socio-economic development of Ghana on the basis of science, technology, and innovation. One of the key components or themes of the work we do here is on the development and management of science, technology, and innovation, human resource, which aligns very well with what we are doing here today. The objective of this network of promoting the work of women in science and in chemistry in particular. You all agree with me that the frontiers of knowledge exchanges in STEM and in chemistry in particular is fast expanding. And we in Stepri cannot be left behind in this. I want to agree with you that we women play very leading roles, and we are proud of that. Despite all the challenges we go through, we still have our heads up high, and we do it better than the men sometimes, and most times, of course. And I'm also very happy that I see male faces among us. I always say that if you want to get to me, talk to my husband. It doesn't mean that you cannot get to me, but it's better when they understand and we are on the same platform and then we argue it together. We are not very much good at this, but we have the power and the skill to always bring the men along, to appreciate the unique qualities that we bring along. They know. And Prof Ephraim was telling me that the men, they know the special gifts that we have from God. And we are not going to go to a cemetery with these hidden skills that you cannot get anywhere, not even in the bisexuals. You can only get it from women, girls, young girls, all the different the classes or the groupings of women. We are not very homogeneous, you can have the groupings. But I tell you what, each and every subclass or subcategory has something special to offer humanity, and we are going to do just that. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's difficult to decide where to go after a first degree in chemistry sometimes. And it's not just because we don't have the options and opportunities, but most times to have the knowledge of what to do with chemistry is sometimes challenging. And so in those days, say it's either medicine, pharmacy, or desktop the sciences. But it's wonderful as you move along and you go into these sciences. Chemistry, because today is the day of chemistry. And chemistry is not just the science, the art of bringing life, the art of bringing people together as we are doing today. And I want to say that we in STEPRI, we are going to join the voices that you have brought together here. We are going to make the noise. We are going to explain as best as we can that chemistry is a way to go. And we in STEPRI, we are proud of being part of this. So on this note, I love clapping. On this note, I say long live Women in Chemistry Network. Very resounding good morning from we in STEPRI. And we say have a successful launch and hereafter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. So because of time, we'll give all our speakers 2 minutes and then we'll move on. So we'll take a solidarity message from the Ghana Chemical Society. Ghana Chemical Society. Any rep? Prof. Uja, would you like to, did you see the face? You were shaking about, so what? Okay, so we'll call on the Ghana Science Association. Let's invite Hajia, Bala Hajia Ramat to give us a speech. Okay. All right, Prof. Uja is coming, so let's give him a hand. Prof, so sorry to put you on the spot, so just take a brief message.
Hello. Thank you very much for the opportunity given me to say 1 or 2 words on this occasion. And I'm happy to see at least Prof. Ephraim as some of the men around, not only women. It's women in chemistry, yes. A few years ago, 2018, the Royal Society of Chemistry launched a program in which they wanted to find out to what extent are women involved in chemistry. And it was found that at the base, yes, you have a lot of chemists, but when you get to the top there, professors and so forth, very few people are able to get to that stage. And they realized that it's not because women were not capable of getting there, but there were a lot of bottlenecks that prevented them from participating in chemistry. And I'm glad that, well, I gave a copy of that to Professor Marian Kansa at that time and a few other people in our department in KNUST. And so I'm happy that this program is coming on today to encourage women to be active in chemistry, to participate fully in chemistry. Again, I want to make the example, give the example of the Royal Society of Chemistry again. Currently, the chief executive of Royal Society of Chemistry, which is one of the biggest chemical sciences in the world, is a lady. Apart from the chief executive, the president of the Royal Society of Chemistry, the overall president, is also a lady. The previous president was also a lady. They've now formed what is called Commonwealth Chemistry. Commonwealth Chemistry. The first ever president of Commonwealth Chemistry was a lady. And there are If you go to the headquarters of Royal Society of Chemistry now, more than half of the staff are women. Yeah, so it is picking up. Very soon, the women will take over. They'll take over. The men, I hope, we need to work together. There's no competition. There's no competition. We need to work together to ensure that the chemical sciences find a place. And that's where I bring in the Ghana Chemical Society. I think that we also need together work very hard to ensure that this organization, which have been formed today, is not only for women, but we all help to support it to grow. And then the Ghana Chemical Society work together with women in chemistry to ensure that chemistry become very popular in school. Young people very often fear chemistry. We want to remove that fear. And we all have to work together to do that. And I'm happy to be part of the program today. Thank you very much, Professor Marian Kansan, and all the other groups which has helped to form this group. Thank you very much. And long live women in chemistry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Awuja. We appreciate your kind words. Hajia from Ghana Science Association.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, please permit me to go by the protocols. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from the Ghana Science Association. Today, I stand before you with a message of solidarity and our commitment to promoting gender diversity in chemical sciences, with a special focus on celebrating and empowering women in chemistry. First, let me acknowledge the contributions of women in chemistry, which includes enriching our knowledge, driving innovation, and inspiring future generations. I am particularly from a science background. I did physics and math, and I know how difficult it is to get women in the areas of physics and chemistry. The theme, promoting gender diversity in the chemical sciences, is also about recognizing the talent and perspective women bring to the table, creating an inclusive environment where everyone feels valued, respected, and empowered to reach their full potentials. Promoting gender diversity, I must say, is essential for the advancement of science, and by this, we can unlock new perspectives, foster creativity, and drive scientific progress. As we reflect on the theme of women in chemistry, let us commit ourselves to action, for action speaks louder than words. Let us challenge the stereotype, advocate for equal opportunities, and advancement of women at every stage in their careers. Together, let us create a future where women in chemistry are not only accepted, but celebrated for their valuable contributions to our field and society as a whole. The Ghana Science Association extends its heartfelt wishes to you as we collectively endeavor to advance the field of science and empower women, placing them on the forefront of science achievement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hajia. Action speaks louder than words. We'll take a solidarity message from the Ministry of Education. Any representative? Okay. Ghana Education Service. Any rep? Okay. Heritos Labs. Hello. Yes. Can we have you? So our beautiful website was done by Heritos Lab. Please give it up for him as he comes up stage. That's Mr. Emmanuel Prince Amate. All right.
Hello. Good morning to you all. Prof, I salute you all. So we've had the opportunity of working with Professor Nkansa, and then also have the opportunity of listening to Prof. Kwachi, Emeritus Professor Kwachi, at some point in time. I know Professor Usudeko in KNUST. I was with IHCF, and her son was also my mate. So I know her a bit from afar. But this morning, it's about the women in chemistry, and we are here to solidarize with you. Our work has always been in research, innovation, commercialization, and any agenda to help build researchers and innovators in Ghana brings our interest. So tomorrow we are doing the African Research, Innovation, Commercialization, and we want to extend our invitation to you all. But aside that, we also want to say that we appreciate what is going on. Except to say that, Prof, after giving all the stats, I thought you were going to say that women have taken over already. Because if the current and the previous president are women, then it means that the takeover is complete. So we are here to support you, and we are here to say that key to what we do is on GESI, gender equality and social inclusion. Inclusion is very important in the gap that we pray. And so our sincere gratitude to Prof. Nkansa, whom we've worked with, and also known faces here that we've had the opportunity of working with, and also want to say that thank you and want to wish you all the best for this initiative. We know that a time will come that you reap the fruit of this labor. And so we say that thank you very much, and we wish you well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amati. I'd like to invite Ms. Elizabeth Hazel, a representative from Voltec Ghana Limited. Ms. Hazel. Yes, please give it up for her. Sorry. So as she comes, please bear in mind that we'll be going for a breakfast break. And right after, we'll reconvene. Okay, yes, so the website is up. You can see it on the screen. And so how many of us have been able to open it on our phones? Okay. So take your time, go through everything that's there. And yes, I'm sure you have the opportunity to learn a lot from that website, okay? That's our convener, Professor Mariana Santuan Kansa. And that's Madam Latifa, Dr. Latifa Mohammed. All right, so Baltic.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Okay. All right. So I'm Elizabeth. I'm with Voltec. I'm with the communications department. And one thing about Voltec is we support women mostly, even in leadership and especially in STEM. And as a business and the subsidiary of Coca-Cola Beverages Africa, we are very keen on making sure that women in Africa and Ghana who are in STEM are given the right opportunities. So we have partnered with some organizations like the Girls in Science and Technology GIST to make sure that the ladies who are in high schools and universities understand that when they come out, there are opportunities for them. And so Voltec is very glad to be part of this initiative, and we wish you the very best, and we are very glad to be on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hazel. Do we have a representative from the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation? Any rep? Okay. Ministry of Gender and Social Protection. Ghana Institute of Engineering. Any rep? Okay, please, would like to take a solidarity message from you. Association of Ghana Industries. Any representative? Ghana Standards Authority. Okay. So when immediately she's done, we'll take a group photo and then we'll go have breakfast and reconvene for a panel discussion. Please do not leave after. Thank you very much. Oh, please give it up for her as she comes.
Thank you. Wow,
Good morning. Good morning. Madam Chairperson, please, permission to stand on existing protocol. Yes. I'm very excited to be here. I've known Professor Nkansa way back from KNUST. She used to come for every morning mass. She is a very dedicated Catholic, and she was very serious in everything that she did. And I admired her from afar. I've never told her before, but I just admired her, the way she did her things. And, she was not like some of us, we are, she was very, 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 tidy and kept everything very, very nice. So I'm very proud to be part of this initiative, and well done, Prof. So I bring you greetings from Ghana Institute of Engineering, and my tablet is okay. Sorry. So we're very happy to be part of this. So I bring you warm greetings from the Chemical and Mining Technical Division of the Ghana Institute of Engineering. The Ghana Institution of Engineering is a professional body responsible for licensing practicing engineers in Ghana. The institution has 4 technical divisions, which includes the Chemical and Mining Division, of which I'm a member, and Dr. Latifa is a member. So we all started with chemistry, but we are all engineers now. And it all starts from chemistry. Believe me, everything starts from chemistry, as we've heard from all our speakers. The Chemical and Mining Division is made up of practicing engineers in the chemical, petroleum, mining industries, and its related fields. The division's mandate is to bring its members together, share ideas, and have discussions on topical issues that can lead to the development of the chemical and mining industries in Ghana. The chemical industry is diverse and plays an important part of the global economy and the supply chain network. The diversity has given all genders, especially women, the opportunity in the pharmaceutical, oil and gas industry, and mining sectors. In a world so male-dominated, especially in the chemical industry, the Chemical and Mining Division of the institution is proud to boast of professional women engineers who have taken up top roles and responsibilities within the institution and are involved in delivering best results as expected. We are particularly happy to share in your goal of creating and building the capacity for women in the chemical sciences on the theme dubbed Promoting Gender Diversity in Chemical Sciences. The proportion of women to men in the chemical sciences is one that needs much attention by ensuring all employees and individuals have equal opportunities and are treated fairly regardless of their gender. The chemical sciences today continue to acknowledge the quality of female leadership available within an organization, and this will make a competitive difference in the way the organization adapts to new ways of working. On this note, Madam Chairperson, we, the Chemical and Mining Division of Ghana Institution of Engineering, are ready to support the Women in Chemistry Network to promote gender diversity in the chemical sciences. And I'll also encourage our students here to also veer into engineering, okay? You can start, I'll use Dr. Latifa as a very good example. She started with chemistry, and then she did her master's in applied chemistry. Applied chemistry is like engineering. You're applying what you have studied. And she also did a PhD in chemical and biological engineering. So please, you are very, very welcome. Don't think that any course that you start with, you can always veer into engineering. And I will advise you to go into chemical engineering so that you pass of the a Women in Chemistry Network. Okay, thank you very much. And greetings from Ghana Institution of Engineering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give it up for her. You can do it better. I know we've been sitting for a very long time. We'll move very soon. And so we'll take photographs. So we'll do that outside. And this is how the order is going to be. the members at the high table will take one, and after the sponsors will join, and then we'll have dignitaries also joining, and then we'll have a special one for the Chimota girls. I'm jealous, but we'll have you take a special one with our dignitaries, and then we'll all take a group picture. Okay, so let's kindly get up, and before we all move, our dignitaries at the high table will move out first, and then we'll all follow. Please, can we get a musical interlude? Please, the first assignment I gave out, we're still continuing. Make sure you talk to someone new. Make sure you make a new friend or acquaintance. Network, get a mentor, get a friend, get a mentee, get a coach. Please, when I see you, I'll ask you, how many people did you meet today? So she's saying that you arrange this, like, someone will sit and someone. So those in the t-shirts, the women in chemistry network t-shirts will also take with a higher table. All right. Yes, please, you go out. I think you can use the side. Please don't be shy of anybody. Take contact. And I would like to acknowledge the presence of multimedia. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Please, you cannot move out so that I'll
Yeah.
One, two. The microphone is working. The speaker is working. How is it connected? I can't see it. It's connected. Right, so it's coming through there.
Can I take it? You're all welcome back once again. I apologize for keeping you waiting. We'll start immediately with our second session, which is our panel discussion. It should take maximum an hour and we'll be out of here. All right. So we'll delve right into this next session. And our panelists will sit here whilst we go. You don't seem excited. Everybody's just quiet. Please, let's be on our feet. Let's all be on our feet. We'll go back to Sunday school. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hand. I didn't feel it, cry. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hand. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hand. If you're happy and you know and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hand. If you're happy and you know it, say amen. If you're happy and you know it, say amen. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, say amen. All right, let's sit down. All right, I can feel the energy now. All right, so I'd like to invite Dr. Mary Magdalene Pedavois from CK Tandem UTAS, Navrongo. Please give it up for her. She is our first panel member. Oh, please don't stop clapping. Please, your lunch depends on the clapping. So if you're not clapping, well, no lunch. All right. We have Dr. Trinity Ama Tagbo. Please give it up for Doc. Please do it better. She's from the IIR CSIR Accra. We have Mrs. Esther Abuajetando. Please give it up for her. Head of Assay Lab, Ghana Manganese Company in Suta. Please give it up for her. Looks like your lunch will not have meat or fish on it. Maybe carbohydrates. Please keep clapping. We have Dr. Caroline Arakwewu from Department of Chemistry, KNUSC. Give it up for Doc. Please, can I get help with a different seat if that's possible for our last panel member? So whilst we wait for a new seat, I'd like to invite Mrs. Jimaima Ofe Ejapon, Principal Regulatory Officer, Head of Unit Cosmetics at the Food and Drugs Authority. Please keep clapping for her. Thank you very much. Whilst we wait for our support team to get us a new chair for Madam Jemima. I'd like each and every panel member. Okay. Each panel member will, for just 30 seconds, you tell us about yourself and one fun fact about yourself.
On the spot.
Yes, on the spot. Please give it up for her.
Okay. Hello, everyone again. My name is Jemima Doreen Ofe Ejapo, and I am a principal regulatory officer at the Food and Drugs Authority at the head office. I am also the unit head for the registration of cosmetics. In fact, it's a department, but I handle the cosmetics part as a unit. I have my colleagues here with me.
Please give it up for them.
To support me. And I also hold a master's in cosmetic science. Yes, I would wish that we would have a cosmetic science degree in Ghana. I'm hoping for that one day, soon. Amen. I'm hoping for that so then I can channel my knowledge into cosmetic science. I love cosmetic science because the chemistry I have learned is able to let me understand. The knowledge is able to let me understand cosmetic science better. And I hope that one day you just don't think that you can become only a medical doctor. You can also branch into cosmetic science with your chemistry background. Thank you. And
Fun fact.
I hope you all enjoy.
Fun fact. One fun fact.
I like cooking. I like fashion. I like traveling.
Nice. Give it up for her.
Thank you.
All right.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Dr. Mary Magdalene Pedevois. I'm a senior lecturer in the Department of Applied Chemistry, CK Tedam University of Technology and Applied Sciences. I am also the current head of department. I'm here. I'm here with one of my colleagues in my school. She's Nutako. Yes, so we are two from Navrongo, all the way from Navrongo. Yes.
That's amazing.
Yes. I hold a BSc in Applied Chemistry with Environmental Science, Master's and PhD in Physical Chemistry. I like working. I enjoy working with biomaterials, renewable fuel, especially the kinetics and process optimization. Yes.
Nice.
I volunteer for a number of NGOs, especially those in STEM. Currently I volunteer for GEM Ghana. I volunteer for Think Ghana for their bar camps, Alum Nord, and then some other NGOs. I enjoy working with the youth, especially girls. I have 5 kids. I'm married. I have 5 kids.
Wow. Wow.
I come from the very dry part of Ghana. That's the north. We call it Southern Burkina, but I enjoy the beach. So now that I'm in Accra, I'll try and see the beach before I
Please, we'll charge you before you go to the beach. We'll pay. Is that your fun fact that you like the beach? Okay, cool.
My name is Trinity Amatagbo. I hold PhD in chemistry, natural products. I work with CSIR, IIR in Accra here. Prior to working here, I worked with CSIR, BRI in Kumasi. What else? So I've been working on local materials and materials in transitions, waste plastics, waste glass. I've been working on that, incorporating those waste materials into construction materials. I've also been working on other things, collaborating with a lot of people around here. I've collaborated with some people, and we had about, I think, 3 grants, but today is the first time that I met one of them. So I like young people, I like children, I like the youth.
Yeah. Fun fact. I didn't get the fun fact.
I like children.
I want a different fun fact. So far, I've not heard the one that is my favorite. Like, I like food. I've not heard anyone say that.
I like to cook.
Okay, and I like to eat, so I'll come to your house. All right.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Esther Boaditando. I've been working in the mining company by name Ghana Manganese Company. I've been there for 20 years. Wow. And
wow.
I'm currently the HOD for the assay lab department, and as well as the lab managers of the company in the processing lab. My lab happens to be a mineral lab. And so we are in charge of the analysis and feeding the metallurgists, the geologists, the mine planners, and their feedback so that they're able to work. I'm married with 4 children. And I love reading and traveling and mentoring young ladies, especially in the mining industries. You have hardly do you see women in certain managerial roles. So I like mentoring young girls to come into chemistry. So I'm also a member of Women in Mining. So we do a lot of activities, STEM and other career guidance. And so I'm actively involved in some of this, and I love to see women progress in chemistry. Thank you.
All right.
Hello. Okay, so I'm Dr. Caroline Rosemaya Kwao. I'm a senior lecturer at the Department of Chemistry at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. So basically, I teach physical chemistry at the undergraduate and the postgraduate level. And my research is mainly in the field of computational chemistry and in the prediction of materials for industrial applications. So we predict novel materials for chemical processes. And fun fact, I'm a disappointed musician. So that's a fun fact,
yes. That's a good one. There's a reason I made them share their fun facts, because it's not always about book, and always been in the lab. Sometimes you have to explore other hobbies and other activities that make you get away from all this drama when it comes to work, So I like that all of you find something you enjoy, like the traveling, cooking, family. It's really nice. So we'll just go straight to it. I'm starting with Dr. Trinity. Doc, how does the government perceive the importance of gender diversity in the chemical sciences? And what policies or initiatives are currently in place to promote it? You'd have 1 minute and 30 seconds to finish it.
So government perceives the importance of gender diversity.
Please, we can't hear you.
In all sectors, including the chemical sector, as very crucial for sustainable national development. Okay, all right. Please, did you hear what I said? Okay, so I said the chemical science is not singled out, but government perceives the gender diversity in all STEM programs, including the chemical sciences, as very crucial for a sustainable national development. And for that matter, realizing the gaps in the STEM programs, the government was prompted to put in various interventions which are aimed at bridging this gap. This includes the national policies, the gender policy, STI policy, and for the STI policy in particular, a key objective is to build human capacities to enhance STI capabilities, especially gender transformative programs. There are others, including strengthening partnerships and collaboration among various STI stakeholders for sustainable development. So I think I'll hold on for now.
All right. Thank you so much. Esther, how does your organization, how does it prioritize gender diversity and inclusion in its workforce, particularly in roles related to chemical sciences?
Thank you.
Yeah.
My organization is geared towards enrolling a lot of women in the mining industry. As we all know, mostly the mining industry is male dominated. So now there have been a lot of policies So in selecting students for national service, we have a higher percentage of women coming in than men. Then in also engaging or employing workforce, higher percentages are normally given to ladies that are coming on board. So I believe these are measures the company is pulling. And those in the chemical sciences are also being, we have been given capacity building, we've been trained, and we are being encouraged. There's this that came in recently to encourage more women in the mining industry with maternity issues. I think it's a new thing that came in. Even when you are on maternity and are supposed to go for conferences, the company is ready to sponsor your caretaker, provide accommodation, transport, and everything to encourage you to go and build up capacity to enhance the company. So I believe these are new dimensions that the company is doing. And also we have 4 months maternity for women instead of the 3. So we have started it.
Please give it up for
the
organization. That's
doing
beautiful.
to encourage more women. And let me put in with my aspect, I'm also being a woman managing the lab. I'm also trying to bring a lot of women. Recently, I have 2 sections in the lab. So one is purely, it's physical. So it's the sample preparation unit. I have the wet chemistry lab. Then I have the sample preparation unit. So mostly the sample preparation is mainly men. But this time I broke the omen that men don't work there. So I brought in one lady in addition to men that came in. So gradually, these are policies and personally trying to bring in a lot of women on board. Thank you.
That's great. You're welcome. Mrs. Ejapon, Jimame Ejapon, I would want you to take the same question. How does your organization, FDA, prioritize gender diversity and inclusion in its workplace?
Yes, honestly,
particularly in chemical sciences.
Yeah, honestly, I think we can all attest that even our CEO is a female, and that should even tell us that we take gender diversity very seriously. She most of the time advises most of the women to grow in the institution. If I won't lie, most of our workers are female. The females dominate more than the males at the FDA. Taking the lab, for example, most of the staff at the lab are mostly female, and they work equally as the males. When you are pregnant, I think if I can remember, you are given some time to take care of yourself and also continue to do your work as a staff. Your stress is a bit low, like there's no force or anything. You can work amicably with your other male colleagues at the FDA. So the institution promotes gender diversity naturally. Yes, that's what I can say.
Thank you very much. Please give it up for her. And it's true, the FDA boss is actually a woman, and I think they are doing quite a good job. So give it up for her one more time. So Mary Magdalene, Dr. Mary Magdalene, I'll get to you. In your opinion, what are the most effective strategies for fostering a supportive and inclusive environment for women in STEM fields within academic, research, and industry settings? What is your opinion? In your opinion, what's the most effective strategies?
Thank you very much. In academia, I believe that when women are employed or pick up their post, we know what we are signed for. But sometimes we may get a bit distracted. So when you are employed, your employer should tell you how you need to grow. For instance, the criteria for promotion. And you should take note of that from the beginning. Women especially, because the guys, they have their networks and all that and they grow. I can use my story where I am alone. If you're not careful, you will just fade out because you don't have the networks. So once in a while, there should be capacity building for us. Remind us, okay, you need the 7 papers to get your next promotion. Then you are working towards it. Then your HOD keeps on reminding you. There's capacity building training for you. How do you even become visible? Some of us, we have not updated our social media platforms. Nobody's aware of you and you are just there. You are so much engrossed with the other issues like family and all that. So I think institutions should have the gender mainstreaming policy, and not just that, ensure that it is working. Give the females or the women periodic training, capacity building, and ensure that we are really doing what will help us grow. And for us, we should also know that what we have signed for demands a lot. And sometimes we need to sacrifice. We really need to sacrifice to be able to grow. So I think the institutions should do their part And then when we pick up our roles too, we should try to grow.
Thank you. Dr. Caroline, I would like you to add on to what she said with the same question. What are some of the strategies in your opinion?
Okay, so I have 3 suggestions that I'll make. So the first one has to do with when, for every venture that you are in, for example, if you enter into graduate school or maybe you come to the work environment, the key thing you need will be the right network. So like Doc was saying, the network is very critical so that you make sure that the people who are around you are supporting you, your friends are supporting you, and then you cut out the toxic relationships. So the network is very crucial, as well as having mentorship. So mentorship, someone who has experienced what you are going through to guide you and let you know about the hurdles that are ahead of you so you can carefully navigate. So it has to be networking, having a mentor, and also having a role model. So when I started off, there were females who ventured into computational, but then they stopped along the way. But when I entered into computational chemistry, there's one person I looked up to, which is Professor Nora Deliu. She's a renowned, established computational chemist. So I felt like once she could achieve that, so could I. So we need to have also a role model, someone we can look up to and know that we can get to the end. Yes.
Thank
So
you
those
very
3,
much.
yes.
All right, please give it up for them. If you are very observant, you realize that we have a diverse panel. One person talks about government, the other is talking about, the 2 are talking about academia, and 2 others are talking about the industry. So it means that wherever you find yourself, whatever opinion they share, it shows their experience in that field and how you can also get in there if you want to, venture into that. So let's give it up for them one more time. I'll have Dr. Trinity touch on specific strategies the government is implementing to encourage more girls and women to pursue education and careers in the chemical sciences.
So again, with the chemical sciences, as with the STME, the strategies include STME clinic, which started in 1987. And they also had—
Doc, please, what is STME for those who may not
science,
know?
technology, mathematics, and engineering clinics.
Okay.
For girls all over the country. It was, I think, on district levels. And I think around the same time, they started training the teachers to be district coordinators of this program. They also had a girls' education unit, which was established to work towards reducing gender disparities in education. And then I think for the SCI policy, one strategy was to enroll 60% of, that is all, both men and women in the public universities by 2020. And specifically 50% female for all new entrants and 50% for total enrollment. So there have been various strategies. These are just a few of them. So I think government is on course as far as—
Are we seeing results from these strategies?
I think so, because the numbers have improved.
Okay.
And the numbers have improved. For the public universities, the numbers have really improved. But for the research institutions, for chemical sciences, I would say we haven't really improved that much. But at least we've seen some improvement, about 2% since that time.
So if we stick to these strategies, do you think it will get better?
We may have to review some of them, see those ones that are working, and see how we can improve on the others.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Esther, I would want to ask. Madam Esther, sorry. What strategies or programs has your company implemented to attract and retain female talent in the chemical sciences field? What strategies or programs have you implemented?
Thank you. One, we do the girl-child career guidance. We started from the basics. So normally we target at the junior JHS schools so that we can catch them from there, drawing them to get into science, the STEM system, so that from there we can pick it up. Then also we have this graduate trainees. Then we have them also coming in to enhance more ladies. So as I said, the percentage wise for those graduate trainees are quite high. Then we have this community assistance. So that one is general. So we try bringing men and women from the communities that have skills, but pertaining to science because it's mostly mining related. So that one also we try to get them on board. So I believe these are policies the company is also doing. Then women in the company are also given the opportunity to build up capacity building training, then also promoted. Recently, for the past 15, 18 years, there's been no female manager at the managerial level. So recently we have 3 women coming on board, and I believe it's an improvement, and the company have women coming up in the industry. So I think these are measures the company does, and also training of your choice. So we have those training. The company is readily available to assist whichever way. Even internationally, you can still go for training if you really apply for it. So these are measures I think my company is doing to promote women.
You mentioned of how your company attracts. How many have you been able to retain? How often do you retain those you attract?
Mining industry is one of the companies you will have to work in, looking at the enumeration and the facilities and the things around it. So we hardly get women off the system. But unfortunately, the women that are coming in is quite low. During national service, you have a few women coming in for national service. So we try to maintain. Basically, at my end, I normally retain most of my national service ladies or men, but mostly for a woman, you have an upper hand over men. So I think that is how we have started from the basic level, trying to get them into the secondary school for them to get the science, the chemistry, and other things. Then while they finish, we also have attachment. So we give upper hands to women. So all these things are measures they're coming. So we retain them.
Thank you very much. All right,
Thank
you. All right, Mrs. Jemima, you take the same question. The strategies or programs FDA has implemented to attract and retain female talent.
Okay, so because of the nature of our job, we usually do stakeholder engagements with schools and with churches and marketplace. And one of our key points, especially when it comes to cosmetics, is, let me say, skin lightening. And we know that most of skin lightening is majorly done by women, even though now some men also involving themselves in skin lightening. So we do all the stakeholder engagement, go to the schools, advise our young women, please desist from skin lightening. You are beautiful regardless of your color. You look nice however you are. We do other programs where we talk about feminine hygiene, where we advise young women to stay away from all this. I think we've seen them body enhancement products like vaginal tightening, botox enlargement, etc. We advise these young women that all these products are not registered by the FDA. We don't register any sort of vaginal tightening or all these sorts of body enhancement programs, just so that Ghana can retain, the women we have. We can retain as we are. Your natural beauty, how you came is how you look. So we do this periodically, almost like quarterly. We go on these ventures. So we try to do these things to educate our women all over.
Okay.
Yes.
Still on you. Okay. All right. Let me move to Dr. Mary Magdalene. Doc, can you highlight any mentorship or sponsorship relationships that have been instrumental in your career development as a female? And how can such support systems be enhanced for other women in the field?
Surprisingly, or I would say, there haven't been any formal mentorship sessions for me. What I have been opportune to things that I personally try to get involved in. For instance, I applied for the IFS grant, and based on that, I got the grant with colleagues from other parts of Africa, and I got a lot of support, training, networks, and all that, and I draw on them till date. It's over 10 years, but I still draw on these because when there are opportunities for training, they would invite me. Aside that, I try to keep my networks, my supervisors from my masters, the undergraduates, and all people that I have come in contact with through programs like this. I try to stay in touch. And when there are opportunities, they draw me in and I learn. It is my desire to remain visible. That has actually propelled me. But for a formal mentorship process, I haven't had any. The institutions have not also, so far, I haven't got that from my institution where there is a regular mentorship program for females, or I haven't got that. But I think for us, if you are not getting it as I am, try to use your networks, and there is a lot that you will draw from. And that's what I have.
A follow-up question.
Yes.
Even though you were not able to receive such support and sponsorships or mentorship, now that you've been able to use or leverage on some of the opportunities you found yourself, how have you been able to use that to support or mentor younger ones that you're actually teaching or lecturing?
Yeah. So currently I belong to the Women in STEM Association. I'm the chapter president for the CK TEDAM.
Okay.
We do outreach programs to the basic schools. We try, as she said, catch them young.
Yeah.
So for junior high school, senior high school girls, we bring them periodically to campus to give them training. Aside that, I earlier mentioned that I volunteer for organizations and some NGOs. GEM Ghana, for instance, is in Tamale. I find time to go and engage with them. The Barcamp, Think Ghana Foundation, recently we had a Barcamp, and I do this speed mentorship. So you have the students come and then you join them. I've done that a couple of times.
That's great.
Yeah, so this is how I'm doing it. Those who did the distance project. So we did a follow-up recently in the district for some of the girls. Distance project, Caroline. Yes, so for instance, KNUST came to the north to do an outreach to basic schools. So months later, myself, WICN, we went back there. We saw that the number of ladies for that program was actually more than 60%. Yeah, those who attended the program. So we did a follow-up when we were celebrating International Day of Women and Girls. So things like this, we go out again just to, and about half of those who participated in this program were those from the previous distance project. They were excited to see me back there in their community.
That's amazing.
So that is what we
Thank
try
you
to
so
do.
much.
Thank
All right,
you.
Dr. Caroline, I would want you to add. So the mentorship and sponsorship you have actually benefited from,
Yeah,
and how
so-
you're using it to
Yeah, so to
support
highlight
others.
the mentorship and sponsorship, that has been very pivotal in my career. I would say that in terms of mentorship, we have a formal mentorship program at KNUST. So once you're employed, you get a mentor. And once I met with my mentor, fortunately for me, my PhD advisor was my mentor. So once I went to meet him, the first thing he said was that I should explore other mentors informally. So personally, I have a lot of mentors. I have people I talk to, I draw wisdom from in terms of relationships. They're also in the academic environment. So Prof. Maria, when it comes to leadership, public speaking, I speak to her about my fears, what I can do, what I don't need to do. Prof. Ahuja does well when it comes to my personal life.
Yeah.
Prof. Ade, my academic progress. So I have mentors that help me in a lot of fields. I remember I got an invitation to attend the Nobel Laureates meeting. And my first thought was, I have to now get a visa and then transit. And I didn't want to just stress out.
Yeah.
But when I spoke to Prof. Marian, she was like, no, girl, you have to go because it's going to change your life. And it was a turning point in my career, actually, because I got to meet a lot of the laureates. They told us how they started off, and they didn't even have in mind being Nobel laureate winners. So it really changed my mindset along the way.
That's amazing.
And sorry, but to add
okay.
on, in terms of sponsorship, for my field, as a female, there's a lot of sponsorship. I'm always sport for choice. So a lot of people reach out to me to collaborate with me to write grants because the sponsorships are a lot. So I always want to encourage young girls to go into areas that seem to be daunting. And then we have a lot of mathematics, a lot of physics. But when you get in there, that's where the opportunities are. Yes.
So how are you using your experience to mentor younger ones?
Yeah, so in terms of that, like Doc said, sometimes we do outreaches. I also make my lab available to basic school students just to demystify and make chemistry relatable.
Okay.
So all the difficult Schrodinger equations, we simplify it for them and they appreciate it when it comes to drug development. It's the same principle, but it's relatable.
All right.
Yes.
Cool. Thank you.
Yes,
Doctor,
thanks so much.
but Jemima would want to add.
Yes, I wanted to add something else. I remember through advertisement by the FDA, we also help to mentor or to caution the young women. I'm part of the advertisement committee, and I can tell you the number of adverts we reject based on just a script, the things they want to say to lure young women into doing things that are undesirable. For example, if you may receive a product that says that skin lightening again, that says that you can become half caste, you can become Egyptian goddess. They use so many luring words just so that you can use this product to become something that's not good for you. And then we also have women where we don't allow advertisement of tobacco, etc. So we do all these things to also, groom the girl child into becoming what you have to be. We also do capacity building, a lot of capacity building.
That's
For
great.
example, let me say my part. I went to read cosmetic science outside because we don't have it here. And at the time I was going, the CEO just looked at it and said, I'll let you go and do this course. Because the cosmetic fields, as we know, is mostly populated by women, even though we have men in there. And there are some of the topics, honestly, it may be uncomfortable for men to take up and then talk about it in public. So she realized that we need women in this field. You need to go and read this course and come and help Ghana. And that is one of the reasons she helps in this particular capacity building.
Okay, so please keep the microphone. I want to ask a question.
Okay.
How is your organization collaborating with academia or academic institutions to support gender diversity initiatives in the chemical sciences? How is FDA collaborating with academic institutions to do that?
I know for a fact that we have a lot of the students in the universities coming to do internship. They come to the lab to do their masters. They come to do all sorts of testing, for example. Okay. And I see a lot of girls as part of these. We open our doors to anybody basically who wants to learn about regulation, learn about anything, the lab, testing, etc. So it's still one of the ways that we also help in this gender diversity.
Okay. Dr. Esther, I would want you to also touch on this question. How is your organization collaborating with academic institutions to promote diversity in the sciences, chemical sciences?
Okay. My company is in collaboration with UMaT, is University
of Mines and Technology.
Technology. So we have, I think they have a quota of students coming in for attachments and even national service.
Okay.
But I think with respect to women, it's quite high. Then we also have the community assistants, and we have the Miners Wives Association, and the Manganese Ladies. We have also taken our point because we get scholarship from company to run some of these programs, like the mentorship, to bring up young ladies, and through their wives too, we have programs to train their wives and the kids, so that the girl child in them can also grow up to do chemical science. Then the company also have scholarships, scholarships, and I think they are running. So I think a lady in need can also apply. So also when I know company has sponsored a lot of them. Some even are currently working in the company. So I believe this and with the catchment area, so that we get a lot of women on board. Thank you.
You're welcome. Dr. Trinity Tagbo, how do you envision the government's role in fostering collaboration between academic institutions, industry, and civil society to address gender disparities?
So I think many more of these such programs should be organized, and not only at this level, but in our various institutions. We could devote morning programs for that, and also we could also we should involve more ladies, especially the younger ones, so that with government coming in with maybe review of strategies, policies, I think that on the whole, this one will promote gender diversity in chemical sciences.
All right. Thank you very much. Dr. Caroline. Doc, how do you balance your professional commitments with other responsibilities, such as family obligations, and what support mechanisms do you find helpful in achieving this balance?
Okay, so the most important thing is to have a good life-work balance. So prior to having a family life, I could do a lot, work late hours, but now, like Prof was saying, you have to put your family also first. So I think the main thing, how I deal with the difficulty, is to strike a good balance and sometimes cut back on certain things that I do and then ask for help when the need arises.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's how I balance it.
Asking for help.
Asking for help when
Okay.
the need is.
All right. So I'll have Dr. Mary Magdalene touch on the same. Doc, how do you balance your commitments and other responsibilities like family, academia, work, church, or the mosque? How do you balance it all?
I would say it's the grace of God. It's the grace of God because my story, it's not too different, but it's different. With 5 children all by yourself, it's the grace of God.
Yeah.
And then the support of friends, family, and colleagues at work. So sometimes, for instance, for the teaching timetable, I'll tell you that don't put me at 7 o'clock. I can't come there. So they would understand. And then please, after 5, I can't teach. I should be on my way home. So these are local arrangements you have to do, and they should understand because of your peculiar situation. But it will not always work. There are times meetings will be put at a particular time, and you need to be there. So you need that support of family or complete strangers sometimes. And when you look at the whole thing, then it's like you yourself, you are lost. There's no me time. And you have to try and make it. You have to try and make it. Just as I said, I'm here. I will make it some me time and see before I go. Yes, I'm already here. So
Yes.
the lecture for today, what did I do? You have to plan ahead.
Okay.
Yesterday, I had to go for my lecture in the morning. Yes, I drove from Bolga to Navrongo. Please allow me to use my personal
That's
story.
okay.
Yes, I drove from Bolga to Navrongo in the morning, met my students by 9:10. I gave them some notes and then took off. The airport shuttle was leaving at 1 o'clock from Bolga to Tamale, some 2-hour drive to Tamale, and the plane was leaving around 5. So I had to do that. Then I'm here this morning. What did I do for today's lecture? I had to leave a quiz for them so that at least I'm in class when I'm
Yes.
here. So I've done that. I filled in for yesterday and today, and I'm here.
That's amazing. Give it up for
So
her.
that's it.
Women are amazing, eh? Yes. All right, Dr. Madam Chimaima. Yes. What are your thoughts on the importance of visible female role models and representation in the chemical sciences? And what efforts can be made to amplify voices of achievements of women in that field?
It cannot be overemphasized. Representation matters a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. Once again, in my field, when it comes to the cosmetics and household chemical industry, most of them is female dominated. You know, these women doing alata, stamina, washing liquid soap, etc. Most of them are women. Imagine if there were no women there. Representation matters a lot. And with a background like mine, and a chemistry background, I'm able to understand that you need some sort of chemistry to do cosmetic science. So if you're explaining or you're teaching them something in cosmetics, it comes easier because we know that most of cosmetic science is about surfactancy. So if you don't know about surfactants, how are you able to explain yourself to a formulator on how to formulate a liquid soap or a cosmetic product? So I believe that it matters a lot, and we need to be encouraged to teach women in the industry about what they do.
Okay.
Yes.
Dr. Mary Magdalene, how can female scientists leverage networking and collaboration opportunities to enhance their professional growth and impact within the chemical sciences community? How can they do that? You shared a bit of your experience, but I'd want you to amplify on that.
Yeah, I think collaboration and network is actually the way for the female chemists, because we find ourselves very few in our corners. and you alone, you can't do enough. So if we collaborate, we come together, work on a project, if it is the publications you need, before you realize if she has 2, you have 2, that's 4 for you. So I think we need to do that. Let us come together, write the grants. When you have a grant, sometimes the various aspects, you can't cover everything. You need people on board to help you. So when we bring people who are very good in statistics, those who are good in the optimization and all the others, together we write the grants and we get it. Gradually, we build our profiles together and we grow together. The one, I think Prof. Ibok once said that the top is lonely, that it's lonely, so we have to grow together. Yes. As they are pulling us, we're also pulling the younger ones and together. So the way forward for us is the networks.
Awesome. The top is lonely. So as you are networking, know that as you go with your colleagues as well. All right, Dr. Tagbo, please, your advice. What advice would you give to young girls and women aspiring to pursue careers in chemical sciences, particularly in the Ghanaian context? What advice do you have for our young ones?
Okay, for our young ones, I would like to say that it was very difficult doing chemical science some years back. It was so difficult, but now it is much easier. So I'll say that it is doable and in a very great way. Thank you.
All right. The same question. What's your advice to our younger ones here?
I would advise the young ones to see that it is achievable, because women like us has been able to get there. So why can't you be there? So they can do spirit in us should be reawakened so that we drive our goals towards that. So at those times, people see we who did chemistry as weird, and we didn't have time for that. But now things have changed. We are more vibrant because of the analytical mindset and other things. We are able to maneuver and get into places. So now things have changed. So get into them, brace up for them, work hard, and you get there. Thank you.
You're welcome. Work hard and you'll get there. Dr. Caroline, the same question. What's your advice?
I would say that after a BSc in chemistry, the skills that you acquire are in high demand. So we always say in our department that sometimes the students live abroad, and even our secretary also lives as well. So the skill you get from a chemistry degree is very vital, and it's in high demand, and you can get jobs in so many industries, from petroleum, cosmetics, drugs, fuel, electricity generation. So it's all over, and they shouldn't be scared. Once they are doing well in chemistry, they can pursue it. And once they are curious, chemistry is all about curiosity and satisfying it. So they can pursue a career in chemistry.
That's amazing. Give it up for our panel members. They've done so well. Thank you all so much for sharing your knowledge and your experience with us. It's been very insightful. I'll take questions from 5 people. If you want to ask a question, put up your hand, raise up your hand. Or I'll call you by name. Oh, after all you've heard since morning, you can't tell I have any questions. Oh, we are tired. So you move around and then you ask the question still. All right, a comment.
So, from our interaction with the young ladies, we realized that the pressure from home to do a particular subject is really high, and they are concerned about how to navigate that. So if we can, anyone share something to help them.
All right. So we still have our professors here, and we are throwing the question to all of you. Our younger ones who are being catered for by their parents, they face immense pressure. They are being told what to pursue, whilst they have different desires. How do they navigate? I'll start with Prof. Osudeko. So we want to know how the young ones can navigate through this challenge of trying to convince their parents they want to do something else, apart from what their parents want them to do. Yes.
Okay. So this morning I was asked a question in the opposite direction. That if the child wants to do something and the parent is not in favor of that. And I gave the solution as you, the teacher, the mentor, getting in touch with the other party and explaining to them that, you know, maybe this girl is very good in this subject. She's not quite comfortable with this. I know her progress, and she'll be much better doing something else than what you want her to do. And explain that most parents want their children to be projections of what they could not do. So they should allow the child to do what she is comfortable with, and she'll be good at it, and she'll make them proud. But if they force the child to go into something that she's not interested in, it's a non-starter, you know, in the first place. The child will not work hard. The child will, you know, and it will be a lose-lose situation for both of them. So if you can explain that to the parent, then, you know, they might be willing to listen. Sometimes it's just ignorance of what options there are, what the options the child wants to do. So it's more of education and advocacy for the child.
Please come this way. Any question? I'm taking 3 more people. Then we'll move to the next item on the program outline. Okay, 2 more people. Achimota, no one with a question? So we'll take only this one.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity. So from our observation, usually we always say women empowerment, but I haven't really seen the intention of trying to bring on board the guys. Basically, that's my observation. So it's like we want to push the women agenda, but it's only tuned to educating the ladies. But I believe in an inclusive environment where we seek to bring on board, as in go in diversity, there's less education as to men understanding and bringing men on board. So what are we doing as females to be able to carry the men along? That's my question.
Emerita Professor, please, what are we doing to bring the men on board?
Yes. Well, this is not the first time this has been come up. I think that the men feel threatened, actually, and it's a serious issue we have to take into consideration. You look at the university qualifications, degrees, you know, awards, and it's almost as if the men have been cowered into non-action. I think it's time for you know, that we work together. You know, that yes, we're pushing women, but we shouldn't leave the men behind. There's certain subjects that you just don't find men at all. In fact, it's getting into medicine that all the, you know, awards and by the girls. So it's a serious issue. This is not the first time that it's been, you know, talked about. And I think government, institutions, it's time that we bring a balance to what we're doing. There needed to be a favor, you know, to get recognition and a change. But I think now it's time to know that we need each other and find policies to drive. And it used to be gender is just female. And you're talking about, you know, we're talking about few female in the academy, gender. And someone said, but gender is just not women. You know, gender is men and women.
But then the issue with the in-between genders is also a complicated issue. But it really is an important issue that now is the time to review what we've been doing in bringing women along and not drive men down. I mean, we need both sides, that we complement each other. You take, I was talking to a couple of people at the School of Public Health. We're putting up a wing of the school. We got some funding, and we brought female architects, and their sensitivities of recognizing, the need for toilets, where to site them, balconies and stuff. It's one of the best, constructions on site. But and they came and they took the faculty, both senior and we used to have a sort of a working group, for to educate us as to what they're trying to do. And so the women bring a certain sensitivity, which the men shouldn't cow away from. That we should know that we need a balance. But this drive for women, I think it's time we take a stand, and then see how far we've gone. And now the way forward, change how we move forward and move together. I think it's time to do that clearly. Thank you.
One of the best gender conferences I've gone to is this phrase that stuck in my mind, that gender equality is about excellence. So if you have a proportion of the population that is not being encouraged to be excellent, then you are failing. So the men should also be part of building the excellence. And it should not be, the task of bringing the parity should not be left to women alone. So it's a matter of getting people to see that you cannot leave a part of your population behind and be excellent. So whichever way it is, each part has to be encouraged to do their best. And that is something that has stuck in my mind for a long time, that gender parity is not just about women, but letting the population be excellent. And how do we do that? And everybody should be involved in it.
Thank you very much. Give it up for them. One last question. Let me move.
Panelists, thank you for your insightful education. But I want to ask about policies in your various institutions concerning harassment in terms of emotional, and most often we focus on the sexual harassment. But what about emotional harassment? Like in your institutions, what are the policies pertaining to emotional and sexual harassment?
So I'll start with Madam Jemima.
Sorry. I cannot really tell if we have a policy on emotional harassment, but recently we had a talk on harassment in general, and we've also had some disciplinary committees on harassment in general, but I doubt if we have a written down document on emotional harassment. That I think we may not have, but we have a committee that takes care of harassment in general, and then people who are involved in such acts are also taken to the disciplinary committee. We have witnessed that at the institution. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I would have Madam Esther Abuaji. Do you have any policy on emotional harassment?
For emotional harassment, I would say no, but for general sexual harassment, we say yes. With written in a collective agreement. They are there. But unfortunately, the women are not that much. And those are for victims. I don't know whether intimidation fails to come out. They hardly come out. So we really don't have much issues on those areas, but they are there. They are there. We have disciplinary committees and other things, well structured, and we really sit on them. Let me give you one example. Personally, let me give myself as an example. Initially, when I went to the mine, there used to be this HR manager that, unquote, unfortunately, forgive me, but was this kind of like, he has to have his way with the lady before employment. So I think that has been the norm, like I would say most of the ladies, but for fear, mining industry, getting in is a bit difficult. So most ladies will do one or two things to get in, but it's not everybody. So when I came in, I did my first degree in tech. So I came in, the interview had already been done about 20 years ago. It's 21 years even now. And I came in and he really didn't say it, but you can see from the gestures, like this was something, and there was a history. So management wanted somebody to come out. And fortunately for him, when I came in, after going through my I was supposed to be given an accommodation, a bungalow, and everything has been renovated, and I was supposed to be given the keys. And he started misbehaving some way, like he's giving it to another worker who came to meet me. So I told my HOD then that this man is taking advantage of, because he wanted to do one or two things. And because of that, I'm not getting my bungalow. And my boss said, really? He said, so can you really stand out if we should go to management? So why not? Currently, let's go. I'm ready. Then my HOD said, no, you slow down. So he went to HR and said, this lady wait the MC on, yes, I'm call for no, so be careful. So, and to cut long story short, I was giving my accommodation and I had to break that gap, because from tech I have gone to hustle, and not now that I'm getting the job that you come and tell me. So the ladies are not coming out. So for my end, I tell them, when you come and you have issues, I'm a woman. So I normally meet my ladies. Fortunately, I ran 3 shifts 24/7. Our place is always working. Holiday, Saturday, Sunday, all inclusive. We are working. So I meet the ladies in my team. Then we have some of this, so that at least underground I can fish out some of these things. But some of them take advantage of them, and for fear of their jobs, they want to get enrolled in the Hali. But it is there. But if you are able to come out, the company will sanction you.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll end it there. I would like to invite our rapporteurs. Please, rapporteurs, are you ready? Okay, so all right. I'll just run us through what we've done so far since we came here. We started by networking, all right? So Hajia, give me 2 names of people you met today. 2 new people. Yes. Okay. Doc, did you meet her? Margaret, please clap for her. Dr. Latifa, who did you say hi to today? Did you meet anyone? Did you make any new friend or acquaintance today? Can I get their names? Okay. Okay, that's amazing. Give it up for them. All right. So thank you all so much. So we started by networking. We took our opening prayer from Dr. Latifa Mohammed, and we had the welcome address by Professor Mariana Santuan Kansa. Then she introduced the chairperson, Emerita Professor Isabella Achinba Kwachi, and she accepted to be our chairperson. We had a video from Emerita Professor Garson, the Vice President of IPAC, and we had a keynote speech from Professor Frances Delma Usudeko. Then we also had a feature speech from Dr. Dorcas Osei-Safo. And right after, we took some keynotes or solidarity messages from our sponsors. And we cut cake, a beautiful cake. But before that, we launched our logo, our website, and the network itself. So we went on a break, took photos, network, came back for a panel discussion, and we just finished with our Q&A session. So we'll move to the next item, which is to take the chairperson's closing remarks. You've been an amazing audience. It's been really nice moderating all of you. I like the way you networked, you comported yourselves and everything. It's been really nice having you. Chemistry women, dear. Pressure. You've done so well. Anyway, my name again is Sandra Esinam Sosudis. I've been your moderator for today. Vote of thanks. Okay, so we'll move to vote of thanks. Oh, I'll take that from Prof. Cancer. So please give it up for her.
Thank you very much, Esinam. I'm very excited to be giving the vote of thanks on this very historic and personal occasion to me. First, thanks go to the Almighty God for the gift of life, His sustenance, and for making a 13-year-old dream come true today. I'm grateful to our chairperson, Emerita Professor Kwachi, keynote speaker, Prof. Frances Owusu-Deku, the guest speaker, Emerita Prof. Mary Garson, Prof. Dr. Sosai Safo, for raising the curtain to our discuss this morning, and with their colorful life journeys, sharing their personal stories with us. I'm also grateful to the panel who we just listened to. Thank you very much. I think they deserve another round of applause. Not in any particular order, Mrs. Jemima Ofeajima, Dr. Mary Magdalene Pedavoa, Dr. Trinity Amatagbo, Mrs. Esther Boajitando, and Dr. Caroline Kwao. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and for being part of this. We are also grateful to our sponsors. This will not be a very detailed vote of thanks because I did a lot of the acknowledgement during the opening remarks, but I'll still give thanks to our sponsors, particularly the Royal Society of Chemistry. I forgot about them in the intro. They gave us a token in support of the Global Women Chemistry website, Global Women Network event that we coupled with our launch. And let me also extend the thanks through Professor Wuja, who is a chartered chemist and a fellow of the Royal Society, that we have received, and we are grateful. Thank you to multimedia and media partners, to all our distinguished invited guests, Mrs. Olivia Oparu from the Ghana Education Service. She joined us during the break and had to leave. To acknowledging the sponsors, let me particularly mention Dr. Trinity Amatagbo, who was very instrumental in our sponsorship contacts. Thank you, big sister. I'll make a mention of Stepri once again for being so gracious with their space and also participating with us. To the technical team, I think you've done a good job. Thank you. To the cleaners, the orderly, thank you. Students of Achimota School, thank you. I want to hear your voices. Oh, yeah, I like that. To members of the Women in Chemistry Network, all registered and yet to register members, we thank you so much for showing up in your beautiful t-shirts. And to all who contributed your time, your efforts, your resources, your prayers, and any other loss so we could have a successful launch. Thank you. God bless us all.
Thank you all very much. We should have closed at 1:30. Please forgive us. I'd like to invite Miss Kwenote Esther Kwenoki from Achimota School to give us a closing prayer. Please give it up for her. Yes.
Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Please, shall we close ours? In everything we do, we ought to give thanks to the Lord for such a successful event. We thank you, O Lord, for this wonderful Women in Chemistry Network. We ask of you that this becomes impactful to all the lives of every single woman in Ghana and across the world. We ask of you to please let Women in Chemistry Network grow to greater heights. So at the end of the day, we would give you all the praise, the glory, and the honor. We thank you for all the people who are able to come here make time amidst their busy schedule just to make sure that this becomes successful. Please bless their hearts, their minds, and their families as well. We thank you for the life of every single individual in here, including everyone who had made this event successful. This and many more we ask through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Please give it up for Esther. Thank you so much. So, please, we've come to the end. So it's time for lunch. Get me too, because you didn't clap well. All right, so just as you can do it better now, you are bribing me with claps. Anyway, so just as we had for the first for breakfast, snack break, kindly step out and have your. Thank you all so much for coming. We appreciate your time. Any dignitary I could not introduce, I sincerely apologize, but your presence here is duly acknowledged. God richly bless you. Enjoy the rest of your day.